Check, check, check. There we go. Well, that's embarrassing. I was trying to tell you all what the strategy video is all about. And okay, so something happened right before stream. I didn't get all the time that I needed to check everything. So the mic wasn't working, which is wonderful. Cool. And anyways, so what I was saying is the DFS strategy videos that I like to cover, this being the 2024 Players Championship. God, and this is live. Like, I wish I could just go back and change it. Anyways, I cover the course and tournament information. I go over pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. I will review the Arnold Palmer Invitational. And then I will get into building lineups at the end of this video. Of course, I'll be going over the Marquee Tee Times of the Players Championship. That's a huge factor in all of this. Yeah. Can't believe I had no mic. That's crazy. All right. Let's go over giveaways first. If you guys didn't know, I like to do a subscriber giveaway, weekly giveaway, as well as a monthly giveaway. The way to get access or an entry into this giveaway is you need to be subscribed to the channel. You need to comment down below. Every entry that I have that goes into the weekly giveaway will also go into the monthly giveaway. We are already at the subscriber goal. You see that all the way over there to the left, 652 out of 650. I thank all of you for joining and becoming and subscribing to the channel. Because we reached our goal, I'm giving away that amount right there at the end of the month. And it's going to be really it's going to be the beginning, or Jesus, the first Tuesday of the next month. So, all entries from here until then will get a chance to win $100, just so you guys know. And for every 10 subscribers over that goal, so you see 650 is my subscriber goal, every 10 over that goal will add $10 to the pot. So 100 right now can turn into 110 if we get to 660 subscribers. And if it gets to 670, I'll add $20 to the pot, and so on and so forth. So that way, we're always moving towards something. If you want an entry, do everything that the people in the chat are doing. Leave a comment. That is how you get entries into this giveaway. So AJ Love, hello, sir. Nice to see you. Daniel Bold, nice to see you as well. That's right, AJ. Already said happy birthday to you last week, but again, happy birthday. Phil Smart, nice to see you. I'm not sure if you're still in the chat. I had one technical delay or technical difficulties, and then two, a delay on the stream. So that's my fault, though. Honestly, it's my fault. Gabe, how's it going? Joanne, good evening. I think that's everyone. I think I said hello to Daniel already. Thank you guys for letting me know there was no sound. That's all right. It happens, man. Life happens. Things get in your way. I was not prepared, but I did make sure that I had the giveaways ready to go. So there were a total of 69 entries. Nice. 69. This was all from roll calls, by the way. That's the other thing to mention. If you're here and I give you, or if I say, all right, roll call number 1, I will say, give me a word. Say this in the chat. You will get entries as the roll call. So you see a ton of roll calls. We had a bunch of people last week coming into the chat saying, hey, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. So we had a ton of entries in here. Actually, I think the roll call ones, I must have missed. Yep. That wouldn't be correct. I think these should be roll call 1s and roll call 2s. It doesn't matter. Everyone that was in the chat last week, I was entering these as I was talking about them. I just don't know where the breakpoints were. But I think we had 3 roll calls last week. I'll probably have 3 roll calls this week. Unfortunately, they all say 1. That's my bad. My bad. You can see I did it correct for the Road to the Masters, which is by the way, me building a website, and I'm pretty excited to say this. I think by the end of next week, I will have a beta version available. So I'm probably going to have some people backtest it. I will say this in next week's stream. If it is open, if I can get anyone interested in using it to backtest it, I will let you guys know next week. I will actually put it up on the screen later on in the video if you guys are looking to see what it looks like. But it's exciting, man. I'm so excited that the website is near. And if you see, it says Road to the Masters. The whole goal is to get the website up and running by the Masters. And I think we're on pace. We're on pace. So I gave roll calls there. And then if you went and obviously commented, this is where you guys come into play right here. And then I have replays. So if you comment on my videos after they go live, I'm going to give you extra credit. So it's just an easy way to get another entry. We're going to go ahead and hit a Y here, and that's going to give us our winner. I always like to do a little drum roll here. Let's see who's going to win. Philip Hall. Philip, congratulations. You get $5, sir. Reach out to me right there, SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. Let me know where I can send you that money. He had 3 entries. This one was from the API live video last week. So congratulations, Philip. And just to show you all that it's not rigged, I just keep going hitting yes, no, yes, no. It just gives me random values. So Philip, congratulations. Unfortunately for the rest of these guys, could have won in an alternate universe, but no dice this week. That was our weekly giveaway. Remember, they all go into the monthly giveaway. Also, by the way, Prize Picks. If you're not on Prize Picks yet, I have a link in the description that'll get you the sign up page. If you sign up with the promo code SweetSpot, should already populate it if you use that link, and put at least $20 in your account, I'm going to give you that $20 back. I think we had someone here last week. His name was Craig. Craig, if you're in the chat, I'd like to know if you did sign up on Prize Picks using the promo code SweetSpot. You can email me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. But if you did, and you put money in your account, I have not yet got the email, so I'll have to reach out to Prize Picks if that's the case. Yeah, let me know. Anyways, again, link in the description for Prize Picks. Sign up using the promo code SweetSpot. And put $20 in your account. I'll give you $20 back. That way you can play it for free. You'll have $40 in your account, and it'll just cost you the sign-up information. A reminder, I have a cheat sheet out there for you that I don't have up right now. Let me get it up. There's a cheat sheet that you guys can use. You can follow it as I go throughout this. I see 2 people in there already. Hey man, you guys are on the spot, or you're on the ball. I am not. I am so sorry. Here's the cheat sheet. Cheat sheet is the link for the cheat sheet can be found in the description of this video. Everything you see here I will be going over in this video. We'll be talking about grass stats. You can find that here. They're not Bermuda stats. They are bent. I'm using bent grass, just so you guys know, and I'll tell you why when we get to the golf course and tournament information part. That didn't change anything. Again, this is available to you. Link in the description. I also have an optimizer that I haven't filled out completely. I'll show you how I do this, but we'll be building lineups with this later on. Let me actually just post something in the chat. Please leave 2 to 4 golfers in the chat, and I will build lineups with them later. Go ahead and pin that, because I will be building lineups later for all of you. It will follow the SweetSpot process. We've already built 1 GPP winner. I have taken down a winner take all for $1,500, all using the SweetSpot process, all using the optimizer. So we'll be building lineups a little bit later on in this video. And I think that's all that I have as giveaway reminders. So let's go ahead and jump right into the course or the golf course and tournament information. I always like to start this segment out with the tournament fact sheets. This is going to give you all of the statistics that you need when researching for this tournament. And by researching, I mean finding the golfers you want to play. These are all data points. Some of these more important than the others not so much. But you can find the golf course, the tournament, the location. That's always an important factor. The par, the yardage, the average green size. This is pretty average, by the way, on tour. 5,500. That's pretty much what you'll see on average. How many holes that water is in play? 18. 18 holes. Turf grass. This is the most important. To me, this is the most important stat on the sheet. Greens. POA Trivialis Overseed. I was in Byron's chat Sunday night. If you don't know Byron, that's Back 9 Bets. He was wondering what grass to use because I think he had Bermuda. And then on top of that, he goes, well, the POA Trivialis, how does that work? And I told him it's like bent grass. It isn't going to have the characteristics of POA that you normally see on the West Coast. So, you know, the bumpy, budding characteristics of POA, you're just not going to get with this overseed. Instead, it's just going to act pretty much like bent grass. So that's why I am going to use bent grass when it comes to modeling. I use the bent grass in the cheat sheet, so you can find the bent grass stats there. I use it in my sheet, and it's a part of the model. The model incorporates bent grass stats. This is my sheet right here. I'll go ahead and hide this column. So anyways, I'm going to use bent grass because I think that's how this overseed works. The rest of it, you can see it's like ryegrass as well as POA. Now the ryegrass is also going to act very similar to bent grass. The leaves on these grass types are going to be very thin. Rye could have a broad leaf, but you're going to hear like stickiness of rye. That is absolutely possible, but a mixture of rye and POA, I just don't see it happening that way. So, oh my goodness, I just realized I forgot a piece that I can add. This is a Pete Dye golf course. Looking at Pete Dye stats, I think is very, very important this week. So if you've got Pete Dye statistics to look at, I would do that. And then of course you're going to find additional notes down here. It's a third of 4 straight weeks in Florida. That's not all that important to me. The rest of this is not really that big either. This will be the 6th of the first 10 tournaments with POA greens this year. Sure. The overseed to me just doesn't play like normal POA. I wouldn't get too far into the weeds on that. Moving on to the tournament. So we have 144 golfers in the field. 144. The strength of field, 851. That's very strong. The strongest that I have seen was the PGA Championship back in Kiowa Island, where I think, yeah, Phil Mickelson won. I think that was 951. It was 9 something. It was high. It was either, I think it was like 9. Here, hold on. Let's look it up. Instead of just guessing, why don't we just look it up? PGA Championship. Opening up my tab there. Is it 2022? No, 2021. Phil Mickelson, 913. You know how people are talking about the fact that there are no live golfers here? And this can't possibly be the best fields in the game. It's pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. 851's a very high strength of field. Yeah, we don't have Rahm, we don't have Cam Smith, we don't have those guys here, but 851's very strong. That's another data point you can use when researching the golfers you want to put in your lineups. Just see who does well with strong strength of fields. And this is the old way of doing strength of field. I don't like their new way. I have no idea what 10, 11, 12, 13 even means. I like seeing these bigger numbers because it really shows you the difference between a strong strength of field and a weak strength of field. So it's top 65 in ties. We're back to that. I had that wrong last week, but someone corrected me in the chat and I corrected myself after that, but it will be top 65 in ties. We do have an AM PM wave, so if you want to look at that, by all means do so. For those wondering, hey, we've seen a winner from the AM wave. How many years? Dating back to whatever date. It's like the last 15 winners or something like that were in the AM wave, and only 2 of them were in the PM wave. Remember, we're building a lineup of 6 golfers. So yeah, Scotty Scheffler was in the AM wave. So too was Tyrrell Hatton. I actually keep the optimal lineups right here. All these little black tick marks are optimal lineups. I'm going to go ahead and highlight the PM waves. There were only 2. The other 4 were AM. So maybe last year, if you're just looking at AM, PM, yeah, that works. You're also going to find that with Cam Smith winning. Now, this is the perfect tournament that people always go back to and say, yeah, you want a weather wave because anything can happen. I just want to reiterate. So you had 2 people in the PM wave that year in the optimal lineup. And then you also had 4 in the AM wave. I can't remember. Nathan Johnson, I think, reached out to me on Twitter and said, are you going to account for this in your stats? To be quite honest, I hadn't looked into it until right now. AM looks pretty good. What I was getting at with this year is you still needed to find 2 PM golfers to put in your lineup to hit the optimal lineup. Honestly, like the whole weather stacking. Let's see. Did the winner? No, the winner even had Dustin Johnson. Like, this is the GPP winner. The golfers here that are highlighted in blue had DJ as a PM golfer. Oh, and by the way, Kevin Kisner as well. So he had, oh, wait a minute. Keegan Bradley, 3 PM wave golfers, 2 AM, 3 AM. It was a split, 3 AM and 3 PM. That was the winner of what? The Millie Maker? Yeah, the Millie Maker. Back when Cam Smith won it. So you know how you need to have, you need to look at weather waves? Yeah, that's bullshit. This is just this is proof that you don't have to worry about that. However, we're seeing more AM waves than PM waves inside the top, or really in the optimal lineup. There's 4 AM golfers as your optimal lineup golfers yet again. Okay. Nathan Johnson, if you're in the chat, I know you reached out to me on Twitter and told me about this. I am now thinking about it where I wasn't before. That's something to think about. Okay. I don't know if there's really anything else to talk about when it comes to the golf course and tournament. Top 65 in ties. We talked about tee times. We talked about 144 golfers in the field and the strength of field, 851. That's pretty strong. So that's all I'm going to do with golf course and tournament information. Let's move on to pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, which is brought to you by Fantasy Golf Pod. Going back to 2017 would be our first iteration or first optimal lineup we have for the Players Championship. I do not have the GPP winning lineup. However, you can see we have an optimal lineup. Now, the reason that I like to go over these salaries has to do with the fact that there might be a salary structure here. I know we're already listening to a lot of podcasts talk about the volatility of the Players Championship. Well, we can also look at price tags as to what these optimal lineups create, and more importantly, the realistic optimal lineups. And again, this is all just to see what would be the best salary structure to follow when building lineups this week. Also, how comfortable should we be playing a 6K golfer or a 7K golfer or even a 10K golfer? That's what this segment should provide each and every one of you. So in 2017, our optimal lineup had 0 8K golfers, 0 9K golfers, and 0 10K golfers. 2 7s and 4 6s. That made up 41,400 of the salary, and I don't have the point totals. That's crazy. That's not realistic. Don't leave that much money on the table. Instead, you could build a lineup like this. Had DJ in it at 12,000, and then you had 2 8K golfers, 2 6K golfers, and a 7K golfer. That's more realistic. So just to reiterate, that's a 12K, 2 8s, a 7, and 2 6Ks. Moving to 2018, our optimal lineup left $2,300 on the table. It did have an 11K golfer in it, but then it had 5 7K golfers in it. And a more realistic optimal would be removing one of those 7s and putting an 8K golfer in it. But I don't even really think that's all that realistic, if I'm being honest with you. 4 7s, though. I mean, you'd want those 4 7Ks. But can we put 2 10Ks together? Nope. Maybe that was... Yeah, that was the most optimal. Like, the only one that would make sense, and you'd have to leave $900 on the table. That isn't happening either. You can't even do a lineup like this, where you have 2 8K golfers. This is $1 or $100 over the price, the salary cap. Yeah, that was a weird year, that Webb one. Like, I guess if you're going to build a lineup that gets really close, I suppose you would have 2 8K golfers, maybe these 7K golfers, and then $6,900 Keegan Bradley. This is probably way more realistic. This uses up 49,700 of the salary. And that would be a 10K, 2 8Ks, 2 7s, and a 6. So that is a common trend I'm seeing, a 10 and 2 8s. Going to 2019, your optimal lineup: 10K, 7K, 6K, 6K, 11K, 6K. To put it differently, 2 10Ks, 1 7K, and 3 6K golfers. Now, your optimal your GPP winning lineup that year had a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. If you've been with this channel long enough, you know I like to start out with leave a 10-9-8 7-7-6, or not so much leave. Start with a 10-9-8 7-7-6 approach, and then make substitutions from there. So your GPP winning lineup in 2019 did just that. Moving to 2020, never mind. We didn't finish. I forgot about that. I just saw the tab down below. Did not finish. That was COVID, the beginning of COVID. 2021, optimal lineup left $900 on the table. Looks like I have a note in here that says, or it's 49,600. So you only leave $400 on the table because there was a tie between Sergio and Taylor Gooch. And Taylor Gooch was 7K and Sergio was 75. So that's your $500 difference. Goes from 49.1 to 49.6. They scored the same amount of points. You could have played either one of them. Your optimal lineup there, that year I should say, was a 9K, 9K, 8K, 7K, 7K, 6K. And even if you switch from Gooch down to Garcia, that's still another 7K. So 2 9s, 2 7s, and 2 6s. Did I say that wrong? I did say that wrong. That's 2 9s and 8, 2 7s and a 6. And there is a 10K golfer there, by the way. Let me just let's see. Can we build a lineup with that? 10, 9, 7, 6, 8. Can I do a 7 here? No, that's over. I need another 6K golfer. Yeah, probably not then. That's over. This isn't though. Charles Howell III. This is 49,900. Let me just highlight it so you guys can see it. That lineup there, 10-9-8, 7-6-6. Your Millie Maker lineup one scored 610 points. Let's see, does this actually beat that lineup? If it doesn't, then it's not really worth talking about. 613. Yeah, so it beats it by 2.5 points. So you could have followed a 10-9-8, 7-6-6 approach as long as you had those golfers, and you would have taken down a Millie Maker back in 2021. Your Millie Maker left $900 on the table, and it started with JT, Bryson, Harmon, Connors, Kokrak, and Garcia. That would be a 9 and 9 4. Jesus, 9 4 7s and a 6. I'm sorry, 2 9K golfers. I shouldn't have highlighted those cells because it's playing tricks with my eyesight. A 9, a 9, a 6 7 7 7. So 9 9 7 7 7 6. Okay. We're getting out of there. In 2020, your optimal lineup left $3,000 on the table. We're leaving a ton of money on the table for these optimal lineups. That's difficult to do. I don't advise it. But in 2022, your optimal lineup had $9,400 Cam Smith, $6,100, $7,400, $7,100, $6,900, and $10K. So to say it differently, that's a 10-9, 7-7, 6-6 build. Your GPP winning lineup had a 9K, a 9K, a 7, 8, 6, 8. Oh, geez. Say that differently. That's 2 9s, 2 8s, a 7, and a 6. So there's a lot of different lineup builds that you could possibly be doing. I did actually have a SweetSpot optimal that year. So I've been keeping track of that in the last couple of years, and that's just following the SweetSpot process as a whole. That lineup started with a 10K, 2 9Ks, 2 7s, and a 6. And that used up 49,900. That scored 616.5. That would have taken down the milli, and it would have been 2 points behind the optimal lineup. So there are, again, that was 2 points behind the optimal. You see how the optimal left $3,000 on the table? This SweetSpot optimal only left $100 on the table. So you can build a lineup that doesn't leave a lot of money on the table, starting with a 10K, filling out with a couple 9s, maybe, or doing a 9 and an 8 somewhere. It's possible. It's possible. I think this week lends itself to so many different types of lineup builds, and we're showing, or it's proving out in this whole optimal versus GPP winning lineup segment. Last year, 2023, your optimal lineup left $1,400 on the table. Again, that is not advisable. Don't leave that much money on the table. It's too difficult to pick players as it is. If you leave that much money on the table, you're just opening yourself up to so many different lineup combinations. It's difficult to do. Just don't do it. But your optimal had a 10K golfer, an 8K golfer, a 7K, 7K, 6, and 8. Or just put it differently, we've seen this now a couple times. A 10K, 2 8s, 2 7s, and a 6. There's a person on Twitter that reached out to me or had commented on some of my posts about how if he could build lineups for the rest of his life, if he had started and he could build the rest of his life, he would build it 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6. 10, 2 8s, 2 7s, and a 6. And it's like, yeah. And it was like, that was this, it hit the optimal lineup 16% of the time. He had statistics on this. He apparently tracks the optimal lineup like I do. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. That appeared, the last, I think he said that appeared, I forget how far back his data goes. Mine goes back to 2017. I think his goes back to 2019. I could be wrong on that, but he noted that the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6, I think was only like 14% of lineups. So 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6 was in the optimal more so, but I don't remember that being a part of my stats. If I go back to 2017, I don't think that's true. Anyways. Seeing that though, this week, the 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6, by the way, we're going to get to salaries. They're a bit wonky this week, but I have a way to get around that. I think it's super interesting that we're seeing that. I'm almost inclined to build lineups that way, or to start that way, or to consider. We'll get there when I start talking about salaries, which will be soon. We'll talk about it then. Your Millie Maker winning lineup last year: 10K, 8K, 7K, 8K, 7K, 7K. So again, a 10, 2 8s, 2 sevens and a 6. No, that's 3 sevens. I don't know where the 6 came. But that is a 10, 2 8s, and 3 sevens. That's nuts. Now, again, I created a SweetSpot Optimal last year. Usually that follows a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 method, and there you go. You have it right there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. Your Millie Maker winning lineup scored 634 last year, and the SweetSpot Optimal scored 627. So the wouldn't have taken down the Millie. Interesting. Okay. So it looks like we got to be perfect this year. In order to hit the Millie Maker, chasing the Optimal is probably the smart, or probably the best thing to do, or try to at least, in order to actually win it. Or maybe it'll just be one of those weird weeks, one of those weird years where some low 6K golfer or even a 5K golfer wins the tournament. Nobody has them, and therefore the GPP winning lineup doesn't even have the most points you could possibly have. Anyways, so let's talk about salaries. Now, I go over the GPP winning lineup and optimal winning lineup, or optimal lineup, because I want to get a starting point as to where to build salaries, or where to build lineups based off of salaries. In my bucket system, I have basically every statistic for top 10 finishes, including salaries. And so one thing to keep note of is I like to look at frequencies. How often has it happened every single year? There's been a 10K golfer inside the top 10 every year except for 2017. There's been a 9K golfer inside the top 10 every single year except for 2018 and 2017. And for the 8K range, we've had a top 10 golfer every single year except for 2022. Your only real common salaries that you see inside the top 10 are 7Ks and 6Ks, high 6K golfers. Again, this week is a bit different, but I'm going to show you how to counteract that. Personally, you all know me when it comes to building lineups. I'm always trying to follow the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6, and that's also what I see right here. 7Ks look to be really important to play, so to do 6K golfers. So let's talk about salaries this week. I don't know if you saw this, but we have a ton of 5K golfers in the salaries once again. We have a ton of them. A ton of 5K golfers. I think I said 5K. And if I didn't, I meant to say 5K. One little fun thing I like to do is I like to kind of do a price conversion. And I show you what the average, this shouldn't say cognizant. Can't believe I didn't make that update. Players. Your average salary is $6,600 this week, where on average you see it at $7,100. Now, I have created this price conversion, and basically what I ended up doing was I followed what we normally see every single year at the Players Championship. I used this right here, the totals. Going back to 2017 when we first saw salaries for the Players Championship, I used these totals to figure out what I wanted to do in the ranges that we saw. So basically, I kind of just looked at the 7K range and saw that 40 is a common number, around 40. And then 10s, usually like 7 or 8, and then 4 or 5. And I converted them based off of that. So you're going to see like the bottom here. This has 43. Your 7K range, by the way, is going to have 40. And that's right here. Your 7K range is right here. It has 40 golfers in it. And then 5, 7, 10, and so on. This is what we normally see every single year. So I have these breakpoints. So at $10,300, Patrick Cantlay would be on an average tournament. He would be the lowest 10K golfer. But we have Victor Hovland that's 10,100. Now, if some of you guys are kind of skeptical, it doesn't really matter that Hovland has a $10,100 price tag when really there's like 20 people in the 7K range, 19 golf, no, it is 20 golfers in the 7K range, where we normally see 40. And there isn't that many in the 8K range or even in the 9K range. So if I tell you Victor Hovland, despite being 10-1, we can treat him like he's a $9,900 golfer, that's fine. I mean, it's a $200 difference, but it's still fine. Because you can fit more golfers in when their price tag is 50, 200, 50, 100, 50, in the 5K range. Just put it that way. I did this during the Cognizant Classic. I did this during the Mexico Open. It worked wonders. It was beautiful. And this is also what the optimizer is going to follow. So one of those interesting things. So I have these adjusted salaries. $9,400 would typically be the low end 9K. It would be 9K flat on a typical week. So that's how I'm treating Collin Morikawa. Ludwig being $9,300 in today's, in this week's tournament, I'm going to treat him as an $8,900 golfer. And that's it. So if you're following with a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 approach, here's what I can show you. You could actually have Patrick Cantlay, Collin Morikawa, Sung J M at, let's not do it that way. Let's do it this way. Cantlay, Morikawa, Ludwig. So 10, 9, 9 technically, but really in my adjusted way is 10, 9, 8. So far it's 10, 9, 8. Come down here to Corey Connors, who's $8,300. That's the 7K range. These 4 golfers, and then I scroll down. We want another 7K golfer. So let's pick Andrew Novak. Actually, let's go Austin Eckroat, $6,500, and then someone in the 6K range. I could pick anybody in the 6K range to make this work out. I already know that I have $5,200 left, so I could go ahead and build a lineup like this where I have, I really wanted to use SH Kim. Let's go with David Skins, who did, no. I'm way off. My math is way off. Can we do something like this? This is $50,000. So I'm grabbing a golfer from the 10K range, the 9K range, the 8K range, the 7K range. 2 golfers from the 7K range, and then a guy in the 6K range. $6,200, which would normally be $6,900. See how that plays out? So I'm still following the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 method, but guess what? It actually includes a 10K golfer, 2 9K golfers, 1 8K golfer, and then 2 6K golfers. Isn't that kind of weird? It kind of messes with your brain, right? 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 translates this week into 10, 9, 9, 8, 6, 6. So I'm also writing that into my logic when it comes to building lineups with the optimizer. So I'm not looking at the way that DraftKings currently has it. Also, in the future, I don't even think I'm going to call this the 10K range anymore. I think I'm going to call this tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, tier 6 when it comes to salaries. Because I honestly, DraftKings, who cares? Keep it the old way. It's so much simpler. This doesn't change anything, honestly. If you just see it the way that it typically is, it doesn't change. You can still build lineups following the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. It just now looks like 10, 9, 9, 8, 6, 6. Not a big deal. Not a big deal, DraftKings. Not impressed. All right, so that's gonna, we're done looking at the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups as well as salaries. I do not have the API up, but we're gonna go ahead and review the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Just so you guys see how well the SweetSpot process did last week. What I like to do when I look at a review or when I'm reviewing is just this column right here. This lets us know were the buckets successful, and if they weren't, which bucket was not. So how I determine that is I'm looking at how many golfers finished inside the top 10 from each bucket. Do those numbers fit inside the projections that I have right here? And if not, do the optimal lineup, the amount of optimal lineup golfers in these buckets, do they fit in those bucket, the bucket projections. So this first one, last year 1, I look at the minimum, I look at the maximum. We always round down with our minimum. So 2 actually becomes 2.03, 3.39 becomes 4. So really it's 2 to 4. That's how many I had projected last week to finish inside the top 10 from the last year 1 bucket. 3 of them did. So that already fits inside the bucket, but oh, by the way, 2 were in the optimal lineup. 1 was in the Sweet Spot Optimal because I also include a different bracket, which I said I was going to update for you guys, and I forgot to do that next week. Anyways, so every single projection, bucket projection, you can see the success for that bucket right here. And if I scroll down, you'll see all of them, but 1 was successful. That was your Course History 3 bucket. I had projected somewhere between 0 to 2. And what ended up happening were 5 golfers finished inside the top 10. 3 were in the optimal lineup. So it didn't even matter. The optimal lineup failed. That means this bucket failed. That was the only bucket. So that's 35 out of 36 buckets. So again, you know what? This year, I think I haven't had any tournament have less than 35 out of 36 buckets successful. Every single tournament has been 35 or 36 buckets successful out of 36. That's pretty remarkable. This year has been really good with the bucket system projections. It doesn't surprise me, but I think last year we hit 31 out of 35 buckets one time, and I think something like 33 was like the average last year. This year is just, it's crushing. Okay. So I reviewed the bucket system, how well it did. There are other components that I like to look at, one being the Marquee Tee Times. So we're going to talk about the Marquee Tee Times for the Players Championship, and it matters. It's important. The reason that I like looking at these Marquee Tee Times is because I've been tracking this since the 2021 PGA Championship, and I have found that these golfers just tend to be in the optimal lineup at a clip between 2 to 4. You see that on the chat. I ask you to pick 2 to 4 golfers to build lineups around. Now, I don't want to ask chat, what are the rules when it comes to the Marquee Tee Times? If you're new to the channel, I'll let you know. You want to select 2 to 4 golfers, 2 to 4 from the Marquee Tee Times, and they can't be paired up together. Those are the rules. And those have been the rules since 2021. And we're at I think we're at a 95% clip rate where that happens every tournament. Do you see on the screen the little black tick marks right here? These are optimal lineup golfers. How many do we have here? 4. We have 4 optimal lineup golfers. None of them played together. None of them. So once again, this is another year where shot like Harden has a white badge already. Holy crap. Sorry. I just saw the white badge and it threw me off. Hey, by the way, hello everyone coming in the chat. Benjamin Howell, how's it going? It's a new name. I've not seen you here. Welcome in. Phil Smart. Dennis, what's going on, Dennis? I know Dennis is old Elvis. And shot like Harden, what's going on, guys? Anyways, this doesn't surprise me. 4 golfers in the Marquee Tee Times in the optimal lineup and not playing together. I preach this every single week. Every single week I preach this, and boom, 100% success rate. And then we had 3 Sweet Spot process guys in Sky Scheffler, Wyndham Clark, and Justin Thomas. And then you had 3 GPP winners in Scotty Scheffler, Wyndham Clark, and Sahith Theegala. So no matter how you spin it, last week with the Marquee Tee Times, couldn't get any better. Now, the bucket system to go along with the Marquee Tee Times brings us to the Sweet Spot Optimal lineup. And quite frankly, I just want to see if the Sweet Spot Optimal beats a GPP winning lineup. If it does, it means last week was 100% successful. There we go, AJ Love. Welcome to the red tier, sir. That is awesome. I love seeing more badges in there. That's so cool. You distracted me. Anyways, all I care about is a SweetSpot Optimal beating the GPP. SweetSpot Optimal scored 558 points. The GPP scored 562. So it beat the GPP, meaning the SweetSpot process last week was 100% successful. Had you followed the rules, you could have got on a golf on this lineup. Scotty Scheffler at 11K, JT at 9, Wyndham Clark at 8, Shane Lowry at 7, Austin Eckroat down here at 6K, and then Brendan Todd also in the 6K range. That would have used up 49,600, and you would have taken down the $5 GPP. Won yourself a cool, what, 25,000 last week? So there you have it. Your optimal lineup, just so you know, left $200 on the table, scored 584 points. SweetSpot Optimal scored 558. So there's still a big gap between the two, but you still would have taken down a GPP. And your optimal lineup was Scotty, Wyndham, Shane Lowry, Russell Henley, Thigala, and then Brendan Todd. That is a 10K golfer, 3 8s, a 7, and a 6. That's crazy. Okay. That was your review of the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Like I said, all that I care about is the SweetSpot Optimal taking down the GPP, following the SweetSpot process, all that good stuff. I see John Bizzle in there with a 13K profit. That's insane. Congrats, dude. That's awesome. That's so cool. Benjamin made $211 off of 20. Congrats to you too, man. Last week I made 135 off of 105. Or no, I put in 107 and won 133. Ended up being like a $25 profit. So that's all that I did. All I did. And I won in those 2 winner take alls. Those 25-cent winner take alls that I've talked to you guys about. That's what made my week. I had a really good lineup there. I have no idea how it would have done in a big contest, but another winning week for me, which is awesome. Let's move on. Let's talk about the bucket system for the Players Championship. I'm going to go ahead and put a filter. If you want to follow along with me on the cheat sheet, by all means do so. Again, cheat sheet, you can find a link for it in the description of this video. You're going to find the bucket system there. You're going to find the dream sheet there. All of those things you can use while we talk about the bucket system. Now, I'm not going to go over every single bucket, but I'll teach you guys how to read it right now. So when it comes to reading the bucket system, what you want to do is first find the minimum projection as well as the maximum projection. And what you will find there is this number says 1.90, and this is for the last year one bucket. 1.90, 3.17. We always round down in this bucket, so this 1.9 becomes 1. We always round up in this bucket. 3.17 turns into 4. So really, we're looking at 1 to 4 as our projection for last year ones. And what last year ones mean, last year's finish, if a golfer finished in that 1 to 20 range, I'm projecting that this range to finish inside the top 10. So just to show you what that looks like, if I go to the cheat sheet or if I go to the dream sheet for you guys and I put a filter on this, there was already a filter there, drill down to last year, clear, and just go to ones. We're looking at last year ones. So of the 24 golfers that finished inside the top 20 last year, because there were 24 of them because there were ties, I'm projecting 1 to 4 to be inside the top 10. I don't know who those golfers are going to be. You're going to have to determine which golfers from here do you like. Now, here's the thing. The reason I like the bucket system is we're giving restrictions. How easy would it be to pick 6 golfers from this bucket and put them in a lineup together? Pretty easy, right? You got a 10K golfer, 9K golfer, an 8K golfer, 7, 7, 6. That's too cheap. We probably wouldn't do it that way. 78. There we go. This is $49,800. So you could put a lineup together: Patrick Cantlay, Colin Morikawa, Minwoo Lee, Tom Hoge, Christian Bezuidenhout, and Denny McCarthy. You put that lineup together, sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Well, if you're not looking at the bucket system, this has a 0% chance of being the optimal lineup. This has a 0% chance to, I shouldn't even say that. I'd say it has a less than 5% chance to have all 6 golfers finish inside the top 10. Actually, probably less than a 2% chance, if I'm going to be honest with you. Could you win money with this lineup? Yes, you could. If they all make the cut, you certainly could. But you're not gonna take down an optimal lineup selecting those 6 golfers. You're most likely not winning a GPP selecting those 6 golfers together. And quite frankly, any combination of 6 golfers here, you're not gonna win a GPP with. I'll bet you a case of beer if that's the case. It's not gonna happen. I've done this way too long to know that these things don't occur. There are 24 golfers from this bucket. On average, we see 16.5. So when it comes to like that many more golfers in a bucket than previous years, it's possible, certainly possible that we could see maybe 5 or 6 golfers finish inside the top 10. It's possible. I don't think it's likely. This bucket actually has a 12% hit rate. So of all golfers that were ever in this bucket dating back to 2013, I'm literally telling you, all golfers dating back to 2013, actually 2014, because that was the first year the last year bucket existed for me, looking at 2013 results. Only 12% of the top 20s finished inside the top 10 the next year. That's what this means. 13%, let's give it 13%. 13% of golfers who finish inside the top 20 the year before go on to finish inside the top 10 the next year. 12%. And these projections take into account the success rate. They take into account the amount of golfers that are in the field this year, as well as the strength of field points. Mixes all together and creates these projections. Now, you just watched me go over the Arnold Palmer Invitational. 35 out of 36 buckets were correct. I imagine the same thing's going to happen here. But again, the projection's 1 to 4. That to me is like it's a wide range. Should be pretty easy to hit that mark. But again, the big thing is you want to probably select 1 golfer from that bucket, but you don't want to select 5 or more. And that's what I like about the bucket system. And if you don't want to use the cheat sheet to find this out, I do have an optimizer that I will go ahead. I will fill this in. I mean, all of it I'll fill in. I'll show you how this all works. But I'll be using that to build lineups with a little bit later. It will incorporate the entire bucket system. So just wait for that. So now that you know how to read it, projections, right? Now you know how to read it. I'm just going to talk about a few buckets. I'm going to go into the anchor buckets, as I like to call them. In order to find those out, go into max projection, go greater than or equal to 2. And then for this year, we're going to go less than or equal to 25. And this shrinks our buckets considerably. We're only going to talk about 3 buckets. Last year 1s, course history 2s, and strokes gained 1 golfers. We already talked about last year 1. We can go right back into it. Personally, it's hard to fade Scottie Scheffler. I understand there's never been a back-to-back winner, or you'd have to go a long ways back to find one. Or actually, I don't even know what the actual statistic is. Scottie Scheffler is a mold breaker. I don't see how that's really going to pertain to him. I also don't think... Again, this is a DraftKings show. It's a DFS show. We're putting 6 golfers together in a lineup. Scottie Scheffler has the highest chance to finish in the optimal lineup. And that's all that I care about. I don't really care if he wins the tournament, but if he finishes 2nd or 3rd, he's going to be in the optimal lineup. Unless there are other expensive golfers around him that just score more DraftKings points than him. But if Scottie Scheffler finishes inside the top 5, he's done his job for me. Like, I'm going to be just fine with that. And if I don't win a GPP because of that, that's fine. Whatever. But I do like Scottie Scheffler this week. The rest of the golfers, Xander, Cantlay, Hovland. I don't mind going back to any of those golfers, to be quite honest with you. They rank really highly in the model. But you've got just a plethora of golfers that just look good. And I quite frankly, I just don't know. I'm not sure which ones I like more. The next bucket to look at are Course History 2 golfers. So this is interesting. Course History 2 is the second best Course History bucket. There is a such thing as a Course History 1 bucket. And you actually have, I wouldn't say sketchy golfers. I think these are all golfers that only played once. Yeah. You can kind of tell that they've only played once because their course history matches their last year finish. Brandon Wu, 19th place last year. Average finishing positions 19. Same goes with Justin Suss, 6, 13, 19, 6. And I bet you Eric Van Rooyen only played this one time before, and that was a couple years ago or whenever it was. But he has a blank for last year, meaning he didn't play last year. That's kind of funny. But we're looking at course history 2s. That would be your next best golfer. Or not so much next best golfer. This honestly is the best course history in the tournament. Or in the field. Is a part of this range. Because that other group, they're like one-hit wonders so far. They haven't played it a second time. So we don't really have true course history with those golfers. But for this bucket, the projection is 1 to 3. Because again, remember, we're rounding down with this bucket here. Or projection here, we're rounding up with this projection. And even if I wanted to look at my max conservative projection, 2.2 is still rounding up to 3. So 1 to 3. Which is really interesting because you don't see Scottie Scheffler here. You don't see Patrick Cantlay. You don't see Xander Schauffele. You don't see any of those golfers in this bucket. I only mention that because it really forces you to choose who to start your lineups with. Because if this bucket says 1 to 3, 1 to 3 is a very small number. Very limited. Also, when it's limited like that, you really have to get it right. Whereas that last bucket we were talking about with Scottie Scheffler and the other 10K golfers that were in there, that might be an easier one to hit. But if you have a conviction that Rory's going to win this tournament, perhaps you just select Rory, maybe select 2 other guys down here, but no more than 2. Just pick 1 or 2 other golfers with Rory and then move on. But if you don't think Rory, JT, or Hovland are going to win this tournament, then I think you look at the other bucket, and then you've got, you know, the golfers from underneath to select from. Now, it's also worth mentioning that Rory could finish inside the top 10, so too could Scottie. And Rory might be the only golfer from this bucket to finish inside the top 10, meaning all these guys you don't want to play. But you also probably can't play Rory if Scottie wins the tournament, or if Scottie finishes better than Rory. So just so you know, that means this projection that I have here, 1 to 3. 1 to 3 is my projection for this bucket. We go back. If Rory is the one guy, that means that bucket was 100% successful. But if Scottie wins the tournament or Scottie plays better than Rory, that means you'd want to have select 0 golfers from this bucket, which I know is very confusing. It's very confusing, but that's how it can happen. It's very rare. I've seen it happen a couple times when I go through this, and it's very frustrating because I'm trying to show you a product that I firmly believe in. And if it ends up having those weird off weeks where that scenario happens, then it doesn't work out for us, which it's going to happen sometimes. But I like to pride myself on this bucket system being, you know, something worth following. So just so you know, that's how that works. The last bucket I'm going to look at is strokes gained 1. So if you're following along with me on the cheat sheet, again, link in the description below. Just make sure all of the filters you could possibly put on here are cleared. There are no filters, and then just sort from A to Z on the strokes gained column. And you're going to see this is all color coordinated based off of strokes gained buckets, everything that you see here. And from this bucket, strokes gained 1, We want 1 to 3. We want to select 1 to 3. So guess what? We see Rory up there again. So that's a very interesting, extremely interesting. I wouldn't say conundrum, but it is, oh man. The more I see Rory, the more I want to play Rory. So let's see. Can we think of it a different way? He was in that course history 2 bucket. Who else do we have here? Max Homa. I saw someone in the chat. Sorry, I haven't really been reading chat. I saw him bring up Max Homa. Those are the only... So Max Homa and Tommy Fleetwood are the only other golfers that were in that course history bucket with Rory. So I could almost say this. If it's not Rory, select Max Homa or Tommy Fleetwood. I almost just like, it doesn't quite work out that way all the time, because I really don't know who else is in that course history 2 bucket. But if you're really feeling like, hey, I do want to select McIlroy, Homa, or Fleetwood, or maybe even 2 of these guys, you could certainly do that. You could pick 2 of these guys. By all means, do so. If you want to start your lineups there, I think that's a wonderful way to start. But again, that's also not how the buckets totally work. Just because they're in the same buckets does not ensure they're going to finish inside the top 10. It just increases their chances. And oh, by the way, Max Homa has been in all 3 of the buckets that I talked about. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Wow. Jordo has been in 2 now. Same with Cantlay and Xander. They've all been in multiples. Same here. So yeah. Lots of interesting names. Okay. The last piece that I'm going to talk about when it comes to the sweet spot process, outside, by the way, we'll talk about the 7K combo buckets. But we're going to talk about Marquee Tee Times first. So the last real process, the last old school process that I cover is the Marquee Tee Times. And if you want to find this out on the cheat sheet, all you have to do is go to this group rank. Let me pull up the cheat sheet and go over to the dream sheet. Put a filter on this. Go to DraftKings. Scroll all the way to the left. You're going to find it in column O. Just sort this from A to Z, and you're going to get your Marquee Tee Times, which is already set up that way on my screen. I'm going to go back into my sheet, and I'm going to do that same thing, A to Z, and I'm going to select each of these groups. I'm just going to highlight each of these groups. Now, as I go through this, I talked about this in the review of the Arnold Palmer Invitational, a part of this video. I've selected 9 groups, 9 tee times that I consider the Marquee Tee Times of this tournament. Of these 9, I want you to select 2 to 4 golfers you want to build your lineups around. That's why I have it pinned to the chat. It says, please leave 2 to 4 golfers in the chat and I will build lineups around. Here's roll call number 1. If you've already left your lineup considerations, just repeat it now. But I want you to give me 2 to 4 golfers to build lineups around right now. That is going to be roll call number 1 for the giveaways this week. So if you want an additional entry into the giveaway, leave me 2 to 4 golfers from the Marquee Tee Times. I'll go right back to it. Just give me a second. I'm just going to call it this way for now. Wait. Let me go back to the sheet so you guys can see it. Out of the groups that you see here, 2 to 4 golfers. Give me your 2 to 4 golfers you want me to build lineups around later in the video. I will give you an additional entry. Even if you don't want lineups built, actually, if you don't want lineups built, give me 2 to 4 golfers and I'll probably still build lineups with them, to be quite honest with you. So just if you're listening or it's hard to see, group 1 is Cantlay, Oberg, Scott. Group 2 is Xander, Burns, Fleetwood. Group 3 is McIlroy, Hovland, Spieth. 4 is Scheffler, Thomas, Fowler. 5 is Clark, Morikawa, Harmon. 6, Matsuyama, Homa, Fitzpatrick. 7 is Zalatoris, Lowry, Finau. 8 is Tom Kim, Justin Rose, Nick Taylor. Group 9, Steven Yeager, Cam Davis, Sam Ryder. Now you want to select 2 to 4 golfers, and you do not want to pair them up together. Do not pair them up together. So if you like Cantlay, Oberg, and Scott, only select one of them. I don't care which one it is, but only select one of them. And then go from there. So everyone who gives me 2 to 4 golfers in the chat, I am going to go ahead and give you credit for roll call number 1. The heck? Get out of there. Oh, whatever. Okay. Let's see here. We got Benjamin Howell. Shot like Harden. Dennis Ames. Joanne. Nice to see you still in the chat, Joanne. Lombardi Lee. Just give me 2 to 4 golfers. I will give credit to Mr. Awaken Up. Okay. Let me also catch up with chat. I saw a bunch of names or a bunch of chats come in. I am so sorry. Ryan Henson, Ben Howell, my brother, he took down Golf Batting System tournament again. That's awesome, man. He's a genius. AJ, I appreciate it once again for getting the red badge, becoming a member of the red tier. John Bizzle with 13.5k profit. You're the man. And Ben made 211 off of 20. AJ's congratulating John. Yes, congrats, John. Same with Shot Like Harden. John, you asked, why don't you join the bigger contests? Well, of the $1,500 or the $1,800 that I won a few weeks ago, I think I put nearly $800 into Rainmakers. I'm trying to play that like the stock market, so we're going to see how well that does. And of the remaining $800, I'm waiting for the Masters. And I'm probably going to full send the Millie Maker contest during the Masters. Maybe that's a mistake because I think the last couple Masters that I go back to, I have not made a lot of money on. So we shall see. But I kind of want to have a free roll in that. They're not so much free roll. I want as many entries as possible. But maybe I should actually enter the bigger contest now. That way I can get a bigger bankroll. Ben Howell goes, my lineup with Ricky and Pan and Rory McIlroy won only thanks to Nick Taylor, Scott Scheffler, and Wyndham Clark. That's cool, man. Daniel Bold says Henley, Day, EVR, Grillo. I'm guessing that's your first lineup you want me to build. And you're the one that mentioned Max Homa. Got it. If Scotty gonna putt like this with the new putter, you should be 14K. I don't even think he even needs to putt that way again. He just needs to either make up for it with off the tee approach, or yeah, he's gonna have to putt that way. Never been back to back. Got it. Which is why he will do it. Yeah, that sounds like a Scotty thing to do. He is due to bounce back. Big Homa finished well last week. He was part of the buckets we just talked about. Rory kicked my butt one and done last week. That sucks, man. Feel bad for you. Seemed like a good place to play him though. Fleetwood so bad last week. He definitely is due for a bounce back. I don't disagree. I think especially this week, just forget about what happened last week. Also let the buckets guide you. You know, if we're looking at the buckets for this last week, this is why I like looking at it. So we look at last week's stats and we look at the projections of golfers in those buckets. Missed cuts, by the way, you're going to want to limit yourself on how many golfers you select from missed cuts. That's so interesting. I wonder, is that true? 1 miscut, 2 miscut, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 14 miscuts. Wow. Okay. So I don't like the looks of that because Fleetwood and Morikawa to me seem pretty decent. Here's a case for and against golfers who missed the cut last week. So the projection is 0 to 2, which isn't great, but there is an 88% frequency rate, meaning all but 1 year, we've seen at least one golfer inside the top 10 from this bucket. All but 1 year. But it is considerably lower how many golfers are in this bucket than there usually is. Are Tommy Fleetwood and Collin Morikawa better golfers than probably most of the golfers that come from this bucket? Yes. But that looks rough, man. That looks brutal. I don't know if I could do it. Okay. Let's see. Definitely have to be creative with your lineups this week for sure. Scotty JT lineups. Yep. Okay. So okay. I think we've caught up. I think we're back into the chats. So Lombardi Lee. Okay. So right underneath you, JT Homa lineups. There you go. Gotcha. AJ Love is going to be added. Daniel Bold. Craig Bates. Craig, I asked you a question earlier in the chat. I don't know if you were there. Did you sign up on Prize Picks using the promo code SweetSpot? I asked because if you did, I didn't get an email from Prize Picks letting me know, which means I will have to reach out to them if so. John Bizzle. Okay. And then it goes, Joanne says, Harden, that duo was my first pick. I like yours too. I like Harmon this week. Take your 2 and then add Harmon. Love it. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and go over the Marquee Tee Times, like the ones that I'm really looking at. So how I kind of look at this, I will note some golfers, like I'll notice the golfers I want to play before looking at Marquee Tee Times. And like one of my top picks was Scotty Scheffler. What is interesting, I'm going to go to the cheat sheet for this. I don't want to ruin what I have on the screen. Do you see Justin Thomas is 30th in my model? Now, I will say this. There's one piece missing, and it is Pete Dye grass stats. I can update that throughout this video, like right before we start building lineups. That could change his 30th rank to a better rank, but 30th is out of place. Him, Spieth, and Morikawa, I mean, by the way, they're good enough golfers to be priced up that way. They're the only ones that are out of place, that seem out of place. And same with Shane Lowry. I mean, I have Henley ranked better than JT, Finau, and this all has to do with DraftKings points. I remember looking at this, like you can find my model over on the right hand side all the way over. You can see the point totals when you look through. You kind of compare them, right? So like JT 92.33, that's not really hurting him around anyone next to him. Grass stats, same thing, not really hurting him. Same here, not really hurting him. But last year's grass stat on bent grass greens, not super good. And I know this is POA, but I'm treating it like bent because the profile for these greens are more like bent grass than they are POA. And then I don't have grass 2 just yet. Course history, really good. But then when I start going over here, his bogey avoidance, it's pretty low. Like when it comes to my model. Birdie or better is good. Driving distance, that's okay. It's not going to hurt him, but I definitely give more points to those that hit the ball further. And these aren't really hurting him, but it's right here. You see this? 63.32 for DraftKings points over the last year. You can ignore that if you want. I got no issue with that. Just remember that's where the model comes into play. And quite frankly, if you want to boost up JT, by all means do so. I got no issue with that. If you got your own point totals, your own ways of ranking golfers, you go and do you, man. I got no issue. But if you like Sky Scheffler, don't play JT or Fowler in your lineups. Personally, like the Scotty Burnsley lineup that Shot Like Harden likes, I love that. And same with Joanne. Love that. You get your AM golfer. Remember, we want probably more AM golfers than PM golfers, but you know, every single year we see in the optimal lineup 2 PM golfers. I'm not going to shy away from playing a PM golfer. I don't care if Scotty is a PM golfer. I don't care that the Players Championship doesn't have that many golfers from the PM wave as a champion, and I don't care that there's a back-to-back thing. They just don't. Sky Scheffler's a really good golfer. He's he is the best ball striker in the world today. And that alone, like there's nothing bad about his game. I'm not even concerned about water. I don't think he ever hits a ball too far offline. Scotty to me is the safest option to select. And I know in golf with volatility you don't want to say that, but I'll play Scotty and not even bat an eye. Now, if you like other golfers more so than Scotty, by all means, that's okay. Like there's Rory, obviously, right? Now, what if you like Hovland and you like Spieth at the same time? Maybe you don't play McIlroy? You'll have more access to Hovland and Spieth if you don't play McIlroy because he's 11-6. Maybe you play Spieth and JT. Possible, right? That could work out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I'm just giving you guys some ideas. I don't care if Scheffler plays on the moon. Yeah, same. Can you hit my comment? Hold on. My girlfriend said, does Eric know anything about golf on pick 6? I said, I don't know. I haven't touched pick 6. I looked into it a few times, and it just seems like a worse deal than like Prize Picks or Underdog. I think I'd much rather play on those platforms than pick 6. The payouts don't seem that great. Mr. Delo missed roll call. That's okay, man. Can you hit my comment? I don't know what that means. Like hide it? Can you hide my comment? Hit my comment? Let me look. Let me see what you wrote. Joey Deaton. Joey. Joey, I don't see any other comments of yours. Maybe you removed it. Maybe you deleted it. I don't see any Joey Deaton comments. Greg Bates says, I did. Okay. Well, I then need to contact Prize Picks and get back out to you. I will double check. As long as you put $20 in your, at least $20 in your account, I should get that report and with your email address, and I will email you saying, hey, where would you like 20 bucks? But I have to get that confirmation first, and I will look into it. Okay, we've talked enough about the Marquee Tee Times. Let's get into lineup building. I know I have 7K buckets to talk about, but I'm going to be honest with you. These 7K buckets haven't been completed yet. For those that are just coming into chat, something happened to me right before, actually it happened to me like at 4 p.m. and went on until about 7. That's why I was late. So I didn't really have an opportunity to update anything. So I apologize for that. Just bear with me. Shouldn't take too long, but I just need to update the optimizer. Daniel Bold, I see that you asked for a copy of the optimizer. It isn't created just yet, but I am doing it right now. Doing it right meow. Shouldn't take too much longer. I wish a lot of this could be automated. That'd be so sweet. Also, by the way, if anyone's interested in what the website looks like, I can show that off as well. Actually, how about that? Why don't I just throw that on the screen right now? I don't know how to get to it. Just wait. I do a background of it. Actually, this might work out. Nope, I gotta go the other way. Gotta log in as a an administrator. That's why I don't want you guys to see it. I've been, this last weekend, I was messing around with building reports, and putting reports into the website is what it's all about. It's currently trying to talk to the server. Check it out. So, this isn't really anything. This is just a placeholder. But if I go to services, oh no, do I need to sign in? They're gonna sign me in right away. I'll have to figure that piece out. Now, I need to update all of this, but being able to put a report on here is step one. So, in the background, we'll update that. I've just been messing around with stuff, but this is a report that I'm kind of excited, like, to be messing around with. I wish I had more splicers up here. Here, I'll show you what it'll actually look like. So, here's my Power BI. So if you wanted to find Scotty Scheffler, just click into his name and say you wanted to find the Players Championship. We can see what his results were, DK points, course history. Like, I have to, like, you can see I'm still messing around with it, but you can see what his recent form was heading into that event, just like on my cheat sheets. Isn't that fucking cool? I'm sorry for swearing, but isn't that cool? I could put anyone in here, honestly. Maybe I can't. Should pull up Russell Henley. Spieth? Did I find a snag? That would suck. Usually you can select a bunch of... I don't remember what the issue... There we go. There's Jordan Spieth. I just couldn't see him. I'm sure I can pick up Henley, right? Just need to think about where to find Henley. Anyways. I need to format the salaries. There's a lot of stuff. Like, this is ugly right here. But we'll figure it out. But yeah, that's what would be going right into here. And yeah, lots of fun stuff, man. Like I said, I should have the website in beta by the end of next week. So I'm excited. I'm excited about that. That's so much fun. Let's get back to this. I said I was updating this, but I wanted you to see that, and then I got all excited about it, so. AJ, I see your... Oh, Joey Deaton, thoughts on Woodland this week? Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me answer AJ's first. Where do we get the code for Prize Picks? I'll email you later. Thanks. The code, you should be able to check the description of this video. You'll see a Prize Picks link. If you click that and then you go to sign up, it should populate that SweetSpotDFS promo code in there. It should. And if not, the promo code is going to be at the bottom of the sign up page. And you just put SweetSpotDFS in there, or just SweetSpot, I should say. But I also see you said won't be in the Thursday chat. I wasn't sure I was going to have a Thursday chat, but what happened today kind of allows me to have a Thursday chat. So I wasn't planning on doing that. But I will be live Thursday building a website. So you guys can come in there and take a look. We're going back to finishing this optimizer. Okay. So I'm gonna no. I gotta do one more thing. I'm gonna grab it from the cheat sheet. So believe it or not, I actually use the bucket system for exposure levels. I just copy this and I put it into the summary page of the optimizer. So if you've ever gotten the optimizer before, that's where this comes from. It actually matters what is in here. I'm also going to just copy this whole cheat sheet. Since you guys are here, I imagine you're waiting for me to build lineups. I apologize for the wait. Today's just been a messy day altogether. Okay, so one last piece I need to do. Copy all of this. Bring it over here. Then I copy all of the ownership stuff, which needs to be changed. Which will need to be changed, I should say. Anyways, this should work. Actually, you know what? We don't need to do that. All right. Thank you for your patience. I have all the groups in here. I did not update the buckets, but I'll show you how I do that. I'm basically, like I told you, grabbing... Oh, boy. Keep this here. We are a mess. Holy moly, all over the place. Just... If I... Actually, you know what? I can. I will do it this way. I want you guys, I enjoy like these kind of slip ups from other streamers to see what actually goes down into like the buckets, especially talking about the bucket combination. So you can see this bucket here is going to be a 1 to 4 for last year 1. Here's 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 1 to 3, 0 to 2, 1 to 4, 1 to 3, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2. That could actually be 0 to 3. Let me double check. Looking at this one right here. No, this one right here. It is not. This would be the only thing that I would say no to, or that would change my mind. So we drop down to course history. I don't know how many golfers are in that one, but 0 to 2 is the max. 1 to 3. Is that a 1 to 4 bucket? Taking a look at this. Oh, it's close. That is so close to being 1 to 4. I almost feel like I shouldn't make it 1 to 4. Let's do that. The 1 to 4 is safe. 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 2 to 5. Jeez. 1 to 3, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2. Strokes gain, I'm going to have to scroll down a little bit. But with strokes gain stats, 1 to 3, 1 to 3, 1 to 3, 0 to 3, 0 to 2, 0 to 2. How many 10K golfers do we want? 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 1 to 3, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 1. This is all going to be 1s right here. We don't want more than 1. This will be 2 to 4. And I think we're gonna opposite this. Usually I have, actually no, we'll do 5-5. That works for me. There you go. That's how I enter all the buckets. I literally look at these columns here. I don't change anything. There's no tricks that I'm doing. Everything that I talk to you guys about, I add to the optimizer. Of course, we want to see if the optimizer still works. And that's the key. Just making sure it works. But we'll run optimize one time. Should work. There you go. Builds a lineup under 50,000 bucks or 50,000 or lower, and that's the first one. Okay. AJ Love goes, no worries. Today it was 72 degrees. Man, I wish I could have gotten outside. That'd have been great. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and find the first few golfers to pick from. Or the first lineup consideration. If I miss anything, let me know. From what I've heard, Hoagie is going to be Mega Chalk. Interesting. Okay, I didn't see that. AJ Love. Why can't I post? Oh my goodness. I hate when you can do one thing on one site and you can't on another. Okay. I need to find yours. Okay. There you go. We're finally there, guys. We're finally there. I do want to make sure. So 5K, yeah. I think all the salaries are correct. They are not. Okay, we're gonna update that. Okay, I'm gonna go with how I set it in earlier on. Again, I know that didn't make any sense what I just said. We're gonna use the adjusted salaries. So I want 5,400 and lower to be my 5K range, $6,300 and lower to be my 6K range, $8,300 less be my 7K range. Okay. So I believe this was what, 50, it wants to be under 54, so really it's 55. That's not gonna work. How not? How now, brown cow? Why not? That makes no sense. Okay, so this works. Oh, I know why. Okay. I don't know why I didn't know this, or I didn't think of this. So we're actually going to go more than 10-1. What you do is you scroll this all the way to, actually, no, I don't need to do this right now. $9,100. What was our price conversion again? It's 94 to 110. So 94 less than 102 or 10.2. 8K is 84 to 94. I remember correctly. Again, what I'm doing is I'm doing these price conversions because I want to build lineups this way. Actually, it's 84 to 93. It's just the mad scientist stuff behind the scenes. So this one has to be less than 83, and then I believe for the 7K range, just went down to 6,500. Pretty sure. 64. And then 55. Got it. I'm sorry if this is painful for everyone. Okay. So then we just click and drag this all down, and it should step ladder like we just saw it. If there's any gaps, then we know we did it wrong. Just like right here, we know we did it wrong. And right here, we did it wrong. And right here, we did it wrong. Jesus. All right. Did I want to include 83? Was that what we were supposed to do? Probably not. Yeah, don't include 83. Got it. It's greater than 83. Got it. Jeez. I think I'd be better at this. Okay, that one's good. And greater than 64. I'm pretty sure that's right. There you go. Again, I apologize for not being ready. Yeah. And this one was what? We want to include 5,500, I believe. No, we don't. It's got to go the other way. Jesus. Don't mind me. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay. We're good. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Let's make sure it runs. Okay. Oh my God. 32 viewers, and you guys didn't leave. You didn't leave. That's insane. Going through all of that. Oh, Joey, I am so sorry. You've asked thoughts on Woodland this week. Seems like you should be a good course fit, and I love getting him in lineups, especially with price taken into account. Only concern is form. It's been real bad. Personally, God, I loved Woodland at the Cognizant Classic, and he struggled. I think this is a week where you just gotta be okay with volatility, and I think that's one of those perfect things. Embrace that volatility, actually really harness it. That's kind of what I like to do with these bucket systems, is bucket the volatility and let you know, hey, these are pretty decent lineups to consider. That lineup that's on the board, I like that a lot. So when it comes to Woodland, does it make me feel safe playing Woodland? No. But does it give me the best possibility to win a GPP? Probably, because who else is playing Woodland? I think it's fine. Okay, so our first lineup, Scheffler, Matsuyama, and Siwoo. It only took us how many minutes? An hour 42? That's not terrible, but not exactly where I want to be. So we got that. Where's Matsuyama? And then we want Siwoo Kim. All right. So AJ Love is a member. So if you want me to build lineups for you, leave 2 to 4 golfers in the chat. I will be building 3 lineups for non-subscribers, 5 lineups for subscribers, and 10 lineups for members. So AJ Love is a member. Just became a member this week. If you want to become a member, hit the little join button, whether it's on your phone or on desktop. Hit the join button. Select whatever tier you want. They all have their benefits and perks, but I am going to reward those that are members. So, lineup 1. And I am not going to save any, just so you know. We're going to go without saving lineups. Actually, I'll save my favorite ones. Which, that's difficult to do because I already like this one. Scheffler, Matsuyama, Kim, Eric Cole, Shank, Chan, Kim. All right. Not terrible. By the way, if a golfer keeps showing up, let me know and I'll kick them. Those 3 golfers with Cam Davis, Hisatsune, and Adam Shank. Okay, I'm going to save that one. Like that one. Adam Shank seems to be a good value. Nope, he's getting kicked out. We keep Cam Davis. We bring in Pavon and Thomas Dietrich. Wow. If you want to go down that road. Crazy. Crazy talk. Scotty Scheffler, Matsuyama, Siwoo Kim, Brian Harmon, Hisatsune, and SH Kim. I love that lineup. That lineup is really good. That was lineup 3, by the way. I didn't save the first one. Here's 4. Cam Davis, Pavon, and Hughes. Do you want Pavon in your lineups? Because he's going to continue to show up. And I actually kind of like Pavon. I also don't mind Mackenzie Hughes. So at $5,700, it's actually a pretty good, I think that's a pretty good price tag for Mac Hughes. He looked kind of bad last week, but he pulled it around. I actually don't mind Hughes. Sure, we'll save that. That was lineup 4. Again, let me know if you want Pavon removed. Here comes lineup 5. You love Pavon. Perfect. There you go. Another good lineup, minus Harry Hall. I don't really care for Harry Hall. That was lineup 5. Here comes lineup 6. You know what? If you wanted to go back to Justin Suh, I got no issue for it. I'm not going to save it, though. Not a terrible lineup. Here comes lineup 7. Hisatsune and Hardy. I actually like Hardy at this golf course. He's a little sporadic, but no one else is going to be playing Hardy. I like Hardy. Davis, Putnam, Suh. That's fine. That was lineup 8. Here comes lineup 9. Pavon and Lauer. Yeah, sign me up. I like that one. Cam Davis is a bit, that's sketchy. And lineup 10. Interesting. Let me build one more lineup without Cam Davis in it. I don't know why he continues to show up. I mean, must be a good value, but I want to see one lineup without Cam Davis. Adam Scott, Pavon, Robbie Shelton. Actually, I really like that lineup. That was a bonus lineup for you, but that one was a good one to end your lineups with. Like, that's really good. Okay. Let's see here. Joanne, Hoagie, and Gim. Okay. Joanne is a subscriber, so we'll build her 5 lineups. Hoagie was what, 78? And then Doug Gim. Where are we at, Gim? Five lineups coming your way, Joanne, with Doug Gim and Tom Hoagie. We get Victor, Hovland, Oberg, Henley, Hoagie, Fowler, Gim. Out of these, by the way, Joanne, if you want me to kick one of these golfers, let me know. I'm going to try to get ahead of it, and I'm going to kick Fowler out of here. If you want me to bring back a golfer, let me know. But I'll also look to see for you to tell me to kick someone. Hovland, Oberg, Henley, Hoagie, McCarthy, Doug Gim. I actually kind of like that lineup a lot. Henley, we're liking Henley. I'll always like Oberg. Joanne, if you're in the chat, let me know. Do you like Hovland, Oberg, or Henley? If not, I can kick one of them. But it seems like they're probably going to show up a lot. Let's try a victorless. We never want to try a victorless lineup, but let's check it out. McIlroy, Oberg, Kim, Hoagie, Gim, Hisatsune. I actually like that lineup a lot. I'm going to remove Hovland or I'm going to bring back Hovland and I'm going to remove Oberg. Both. Joanne, I don't know what that means. Kick both? Hovland and Oberg? Or... I'm not sure. Scheffler, Fleetwood, Hoagie, Grillo, Gim, and Glover. I don't mind it, but I'm also not a huge fan of Glover at this present moment. Yeah, Joanne, I'm not sure what the both refers to. Remember, there is like a 10-second delay between me and you. So if I ask something, I may not remember what I asked because it'll be 10 seconds into the future. And I might be on something, might be saying something. This lineup here, Scheffler, Day, Hoagie, Davis. Oh, I like that lineup. Oh, I pinned Hoagie and Gim because that was, I'm going to the beginning of chat. Do you not want to see Hoagie Gim lineups? I can certainly remove that for sure. Now let's remove Davis and I'm just going to build one or two more lineups for this one and then we'll move on. You already have a lot of Glover. Shot like Harden. Hovland, Wyndham Clark, Henley, Hoagie, Denny McCarthy. Okay, I don't want to see a Wyndham Clark lineup. By the way, the Optimizer loved Wyndham Clark last week. I forced it not to. I didn't play any. Goodbye lineups. Huh. Next one is Xander Schauffele, Hovland, Benny Ann, Hoagie, Doug Gim, and Taylor Moore. That's two 10K golfers, an 8K, a 7, 6, and a 5. That one's actually not bad. Kind of warming up on Taylor Moore. Joanne, if you put in a different combo of lineups, I certainly will build those lineups when I get there. I'm just going to try to cruise through these. Scotty Burns and Siwoo. What is the love with Siwoo this week? It's like another one. Joanne, let me know what you mean by goodbye lineups. Did I think I saved some of them. If you want me to go back and show you them or rewind on the stream. Either way, I'll still come back to your lineups. Yours is the same as Harden and Joanne. He dies why everyone likes Siwoo. That's fair. Okay. All right. Well, if this covers Joanne and yourself, like I'm hitting what, 3 birds with 1 stone? That's crazy. Scotty Scheffler, Sam Burns, Siwoo Kim, Cam Davis, Bo Hosler, which I don't think I'll ever play at this tournament. Ryo Hisesune. I like that one. I'm gonna take Bo out though. I don't like Bo. And I'm building D'Lo, Mr. D'Lo, 5 lineups. So there's lineup 1. Scheffler, Burns, Siwoo, Adam Scott, McCarthy, Kuchar. Don't really care for Kuchar. There's lineup 2. Cam Davis, Adam Schenk. I like that, but we're going to kick out Davis. I'm going to give you back lineup 3. It's a lot of Davis, a lot of Cam Davis. I want to believe in him this week, but I'm... Scheffler, Burns, Russell Henley, Siwoo Kim, Justin Suh, Thomas Dietrich. There's lineup 3. Here comes lineup 4. Scheffler, Burns, Siwoo, Brian Harmon, the glove, and KH Lee. Let's remove the glove. Try again. Nope, we're not saving that one. Harry Hall isn't gonna, whatever. Here's an interesting one. Scheffler, Burns, Siwoo Kim, Adam Scott, McCarthy, and Matt Wallace. I bet you Matt Wallace wasn't on the radar. I actually kind of like that. All right, so that was Mr. Delo's 5. Gabe would like Decky and Burns. You got it. Decky, $9,800. Damn. 1 a.m., 1 p.m. golfer, by the way. TPC Lee, Kareem Cowboy, and Harmon. I don't mind KH Lee. We don't like Hosler in this lineup, but it's a lineup. Matsuyama, Oberg, Burns, Minwoo, McCarthy, and Bo Hosler. Interesting. I'm not a huge Bo fan. Matsuyama, Clark, Burns, Grillo, Davis, and McCarthy. I like Grillo way more than I like Cam Davis. Gosh, the fact that my optimizer is selecting Cam Davis this much is kind of... It almost feels like Wyndham Clark last week. Not really the same, but kind of. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Burns, McCarthy, Glover, Hisatsune. That's not terrible. I don't really care for it, though. Matsuyama, Oberg, Burns, Grillo, Fowler, and McCarthy. Again, I like Grillo more than another golfer, and I like him more than Ricky Fowler. All right, 2 more. Scarecrow, sorry. Do you strength the field number? How does it compare to previous year's players? Yes, I do. And I actually just went over it during the tournament and golf course information portion of this video. I don't have timestamps up, so I don't expect you to go back to find it. The strength of field this week, using the old method, is 851. Actually, you know what? I don't know if we really compared it to previous years. So this year we have 851 right up here. 2023, it was 803, believe it or not. 2022 was 799. So we actually have a better strength of field this year than we have in the previous 2 years. Interesting. I don't know why that is. Do I have everyone? Yeah, I have everyone accounted for. I have no idea why that is, to be quite honest with you. We're probably missing like number 3, number 4, number 5 in the world. Number 2. There's 4, 6, and 7. I'm not seeing 3 so far. Oh, there's 3. McIlroy. Did we see number 2? Yeah, Scotty used number 2. Okay. I don't know why it's lower strength of field, but yeah, 803 last year, 851 this year. So you technically could say it is the best field in golf, despite golfers being over at LIV. Okay, back to lineups. Matsuyama, Oberg, Burns, Cole, Grillo, Hisatsune. That is a sexy lineup. That is for Gabe Brown. One more. Find that hard to believe. I know, right? It's weird. I mean, I will always try to validate my data whenever I can. I think because I did an update to the OWGR stats that I have before the update, I think the strength of field was actually like 813, and so it went up to 851. Philip, what's going on, man? You won the giveaway this week, by the way. I think you did, right? Wasn't it, Philip? I'd hate to say that, and it wasn't. You might want to go back and look. We have Hideki Matsuyama, Oberg, Burns, Cole, Grillo, and Straka. I like that lineup. And that would be the 5 for Mr. Gabriel Brown. Let's see. Who's next? Lombardi Lee with Ben Silverman, Brian Harmon. Still smart, by the way. I never really read your message out loud. That's funny. Earlier I was trying to figure out what the top of the 6K range should be, and I just did some quick math and came up with 6.5K. Pretty close. Yeah, you were very close. Okay, scrolling. I see Daniel Bold would be the next one. All right. And oh, by the way, if I miss any of your guys' lineup considerations, let me know, and I will I'll get to those. But the one that we have is Ben Silverman and Brian Harmon. That is such an interesting combo. And Lombardi is a subscriber, so we're building him 5. All right, sir, your 5 lineups. First one, Scotty, Oberg, Harmon, Cole, Hosler, Silverman. I don't really care for Hosler, so I'm kicking him out. No small hands this week. No small hands. We don't want small hands, Tom Kim. Scotty Scheffler, Rory Matt. So the 2 top priced guys. This is for Lombardi, by the way. 2 top priced guys with Harmon, Brendan Todd, and Justin Suh. Justin Suh can't putt. Justin Suh can't do anything. Justin Suh seems lost. He could turn it around this week, and he could actually be in the optimal lineup, but I'm not going to, no money of mine will be going towards his, or playing him. Scheffler, Hovland, Harmon, Scott, Schenk, and Silverman. Schenk, we could probably give the boot. I do like him this week, but very kind of, I don't know. We shall see. Scheffler, Hovland, Connors, Harmon, Silverman, Kuchar. We don't like Kuchar. There we go. Scheffler, Hovland, Harmon, Grillo, Hisatsune, and Ben Silverman. I will remove... how about this? Let's kick out Hovland and just see what it will select. Scotty, Henley, Harmon, Cole, Grillo, Silverman. That's actually one that I think is worth saving. All right, Mr. Lombardi, those were your 5 for that combo. Let's move on to the next one. By the way, I think I Am the Key and Bart Bogard, thank you for subscribing. I just saw your messages come across. Appreciate it. Remember, every 10 subscribers, we get over the 650 sub goal. I'm adding $10 to the pot. And if you weren't aware, I'm giving away $100 Tuesday, the first Tuesday of the next month. $100, and then every 10 subscribers over our sub goal that you see all the way over there to the left, which we've already hit. We're at 652 out of 650. Hey, up to you guys. You want more money? Subscribe. We can keep adding more and more and more money to this pool. Anyways, again, appreciate the new subscribers. Oh yeah, good call. If we get to 25 likes, I forgot to mention that if we get to 25 likes, I will give away 5 memberships. We got to get to 25 likes and I'll give away 5 memberships to this channel. Charlotte Harden, did you watch the full Swing season 2 yet? I didn't even watch the first season. I know I'm a golf diehard, but I don't like to watch TV shows. It's not my thing. I also didn't really have access to I really didn't have access to Netflix for a while. So I didn't see the first one. Maybe I'll watch a second one. We'll see. All right, so I think the next one is Mr. Bold, Daniel Bold. We are building you 10 lineups that have Henley, Day, EVR, and Grillo. Wow. That is very specific. Henley, Day. We want Grillo, which I have already said that I liked. And then Eric Van Rooyen. Where is he? $7,300. There we go. All right, those 4 golfers for Mr. Bold. We'll see if we break the optimizer right away. Usually that happens when we select 4 golfers, but not this time. We get Cantlay, Day, Henley, Grillo, Van Rooyen, and Steven Yegabombs. We've seen this as an optimal lineup. 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 7. Hey, I think we roll with it. We see what happens, because if I were to like split them up and do different ones, then I'm building you a ton of lineups for, you know, just a couple golfers. So we'll do this way. If you want to see different iterations, you can leave them in the chat and I'll get to those towards the end of the night, or towards the end. This one, that wants to kick out Van Rooyen, so I think we kick out Jaeger for now, since that's at the bottom of the list. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to change it. Okay, where was I? Right here. Next lineup is Zalatoris, Day, Henley, Grillo, Fowler, Van Rooyen. First time seeing Zalatoris, and someone from Twitter reached out to me and was like, I noticed that Zalatoris is in a bad bucket. What are your thoughts on him? And so, just to show you, if we go ahead and do this, Zalatoris is what, $8,900? Or was he? $9,900. So this bucket here, the last year 4 bucket, is what this user reached out and was like, hey, he's in this bucket. That usually is not a good bucket. So if we go to last year 4s, this bucket here, the projection is pretty abysmal. 0 to technically 1, but remember there's always a 2-point buffer between the minimum and the maximum. So 0 to 2. So if we deep dive this, we have seen 1 inside the top 5 before, but that's at a less than 1% clip. That's not good. Never been the optimal lineup. And unfortunately, I don't have all those golfers now. Once I get the website, you will see I can get to those golfers to show you who they are. But let's see here. Let me go to buckets. We want to look at last year 4s. So we'd be looking right here, last year 4s. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, 5.56. Yeah, that makes sense. I was looking for this number here. 5.56. But 50% of the time, this goes out to Joe. Joe's the one that reached out to me. 50% of the time, we've seen at least 1 inside the top 10. That's kind of iffy. But here are your numbers. 0 in 2014, 1 in 2015, 1 in 2016, 2 in 2022, and 2 in 2023. Who are those guys? 2023. So last year 4s are going to be that light red color. I'm not seeing it. Two. Greater than 60, less than 81. How do we have 2 in there? Oh. You guys are going to hate me for this, but I had to update this. So let's do this. 2022 to 2023. This will change the numbers a little bit. This will change the numbers a little bit. Not by much. It actually moves the success rate down even more from that bucket. So there was 0 in 2023, as there should be. In 2022, though, who are our guys? Harold Varner III, Russell Knox. So 2 jabronis, essentially. Let's see how much this changed. Not much. I mean, the projections won't change terribly. But yeah, the projections aren't going to change. I'm just scanning through it. I don't see any big changes. Don't worry about it. So when it comes to Zalatoris, it's pretty good reason to stay out. I mean, the guy is just scorching hot though, right? There are mold breakers. I used to say this all the time. Like, there are projections, but there are also mold breakers. And if I go to other years, 2016, 2015, who would those guys be? Alex Cheka, Ricky Fowler. Okay. This could be your Will Zalatoris. This could be your Will Zalatoris, Ricky Fowler. I don't know if that's how I truly feel about it, but he is coming in scorched earth, and that is difficult to bet against. What I had told this user, what I told Joe was, Joe, I'm going to restrict, or I'm going to limit my exposure to Will Zalatoris this week because he's in that bucket. So there's my 2 cents. I think it's going to build the same lineup. Let's kick out, I mean, there's Fowler. Let's kick out Fowler first of all. I like Zalatoris. I'll take the risk. Don't like Fowler. There we go. We kicked Fowler out. And instead, now we get Matsuyama, Day, Henley Harmon, Grillo, Eric Van Rooyen. I like that lineup a lot. I'm being honest with you. It's a good lineup. So we'll take Decky out. Maybe we have an injury concern because of it. We'll see what else it'll select. And then we bring back Will Zalatoris. So there you go. That's actually a pretty good lineup, having Will Zalatoris there. Let's see. Grillo, Van Rooyen. So Harmon is the guy. I'm going to kick out Harmon, but this is a really good lineup. I just realized that I'm building on, like, usually I make a copy of my master, and this is my master that I'm building on. So those that want access to this optimizer, you're gonna have to wait till after the stream, and I'll send it to you. Let's see here. What was I doing? Kicking out Harmon. That's what I was doing. Here we go. We get JT, Day, Henley, Grillo, Van Rooyen, and Justin Rose. I actually don't mind Justin Rose this week. I have no idea what lineup I'm on, but that's okay. I'll give you 5 more. I think we're probably at 5. Remember, I'm building lineups this way. 5 for subscribers, 3 for non-subscribers, and then 10 for members. And then we break the optimizer, Mr. Daniel Bold. I imagine now we're at the point where there are very specific rules that can't be met because we have those 4 golfers that are in play. Is there one guy that you're okay with me removing from your list? You got Henley, Day, EVR, and Grillo. Is there just one of those golfers you would like me to kick out? We are at 21 likes. If we get up to 25 likes, I'm giving away 5 memberships. Just remember that. 5. Jason Day, okay. That actually will help removing an 8K golfer. And now we get Scotty Scheffler, Russell Henley, Adam Scott, Grillo, Van Rooyen, and Hisatsune. I love that lineup. I don't mind going back. So like if you think about Hisatsune, he was doing so well. I shouldn't say so well, but he was someone that everybody loved. I don't know how many weeks ago. And then he becomes like a favorite at the Puerto Rico Open, and he's playing really well. He's in contention for first place, and then something just happened and he kind of fell apart. I don't know if that's enough to get people off of him, but I like him. Scheffler, Henley, Scott, Grillo, Van Rooyen, and Taylor Moore. I don't mind this one. Not a huge Taylor Moore fan though. That was lineup 7. I think we're going to lineup 8 now. Davis Thompson. I've not seen a Davis Thompson lineup. I actually kind of like that this week. I'm down for it. See what the next one is. Adam Schenk. So now we're getting Scheffler with the well, you know what? I don't mind that. I like this lineup. Scheffler, Henley, Scott, Grillo, Van Rooyen, Taylor, Pendrith. I'll do one more. Mr. D'Lo asks, Hovland form scare anyone, or are we just early to the party? There's a lot of question marks with Victor Hovland. I'm not exactly sure what to do with them, but yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. Do you think Scott will bomb again? God, I'm afraid of that. I had a ton of Adam Scott last week. I don't know why. No idea. Okay. Those were the lineups for Mr. Daniel Bold. We'll move on to the next ones. Alrighty, Scotty, JT, and then Ben Howell will be next. Clark and Rory. Okay. Mr. Awaken Up, are you still in chat? I am wondering if JT stands for JT Poston or Justin Thomas. Because we can't do Justin Thomas and Sky Scheffler following the Sweet Spot rules. Let's pretend he means JT Poston, just for entertainment purposes. I'll build 5 lineups really quick. Scheffler, Finau. Ooh, wow. Finau gets added. Poston, Cole, Scott, Justin Suh. Scheffler, Clark, Poston, Scott, Glover, Schenk. I don't know. Chan, Kim, and Silverman. You're stretching it there, J.K. Lawrence. Scheffler, Cameron Young, Poston, Scott, Pavon, and Hisatsune. I like that one. It's different. That was lineup 3, I believe. Yeah, sign me up for this one too. Scheffler, Oberg, JT Poston. I love that lineup. Wow, that so far is my favorite. And I'm not even sure that Mr. Awaken Up wants JT Poston, but here we are, building a sweet JT Poston lineup. Scheffler, Hovland, Poston, Scott, Pavon, Grayson Murray. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Murray. And then we just kind of flip it around, but Scheffler Fleetwood seems interesting. Yeah, one more. I'll do one more. You actually like those guys? Man, I can build you a Chan Kim Silverman lineup, but that, when you get very specific with low price guys, actually it could turn out really good or really bad. Oh, there's our boys, Small Hands, Tom Kim, Scheffler, Oberg, Tom Kim, JT Poston, Cameron Wu, and Cameron Davis and Dylan Wu. Yeah, sign me up. I'm cool with that lineup. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Waking Up. I don't even know if you're still here. Benjamin Howell, are you still here, sir? Been a while. I'm sorry for the wait. But you want Wyndham Clark and Rory McIlroy. I will build you. Actually, Mr. Howell, are you a subscriber to the channel? I can't remember. Know what we're gonna do really quick? We're gonna make this update because I forgot to. The Mr. Howell. Not seeing you on the list of subscribers. Could be that you don't put it to public, but anyways. Oh my God, there's Byron. Small Hands, Tom Kim. McIlroy, Clark, Burns, Cam Davis, Glover. Okay, so we're gonna see a lot of those low price guys just keep showing up. What's going on, Byron? How are your streams today? McIlroy, Clark, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, Fowler, Justin Suh. I hate this lineup so much that I'm going to save it. Because a lot of times we're just wrong in our takes, and if I'm wrong about this one, I hope to win all the money. McIlroy, Clark, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, McCarthy, Davis Thompson. That's another sexy lineup that I hate. I understand that's weird to say, but here we are. He knew you were on your way. I literally show up and I hear Darvo bashing Tom Kim. That's just because he just showed up on the lineup. It was all good. McIlroy, Clark, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, Grillo, and Brandon Wu. Woo woo woo. Yeah, dude, these are great lineups. Is Ryan Henson still in the chat? Because this is for his brother. We're gonna say no to Adam. I mean, I like Adam Schenk, but there's gonna be a lot of Adam Schenk lineups. I did 4 podcasts, had to redo an hour show because the pod never recorded on one of the guys' shows. Oh no. I started this live video speaking into a mic that was unplugged. So I feel for you, man. Something happened to me just prior to jumping on stream that had me rattled. So I was not prepared. I didn't have everything ready to go, and I had forgotten to have my mic plugged in. So I was talking for a good 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half, but it felt like 10 minutes. And as I'm talking, I kind of like looking over, no one's really no one's saying anything. And then I see on my broadcasting software, my mic levels are not moving. I'm like, yep, that's super cool. Super sweet. Love that. These lineups are really good. McIlroy, Clark, Minwoo Lee, Fowler, Cam Davis, Aaron Rai. Like that a lot. Yeah, someone with small hands. I mean, like, it certainly not big hands. Don't make me get the voice changer out, because I will. Okay. I'm gonna do one more for Mr. Benjamin Howell, who I don't think is in chat right now. I want to kick out Fowler. I don't want to see Fowler. McElroy, Clark, Henley, Jaeger, Pavon, and Hisatsune. Okay, yep, we're doing it. Byron, just so you're aware, you like to call, or not you like to, but if I'm gonna, well, never mind. I don't have any really vested interest in this, but I found out that to say Hisatsune's name is Hisatsune, and I learned it on the DP World Tour. Hisatsune. It's like assassinate. He's going to assassinate your lineups. Ryo Hisatsune. Just throwing that out there. All right, Benjamin Howell, those were great. I mean, even this lineup here, holy hell. Did I just save that one? Sure did. Yeah, I love this lineup. This is a really good lineup. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna remove any of the 5 or 6K golfers. Let's really change it up. I'll actually bring back Aaron Two Gloves Rye into the mix. But we'll go on to the next one. Scotty and Burnsy. We did that kind of, but we can do it again. Byron, I see your lineup consideration. I think you could be 9th or 10th in the queue. Just want to make you aware. Go grab a beer, come on back. We are 2 likes away for me gifting out 5 memberships. So if you are if you just came into the podcast, just came into the stream, and you did not know that, and you have not liked this video, do so now. If we get to 25 likes by the end of my stream, I will give out 5 memberships, just so you know. Okay. Let's see, Scotty and Burnsy, of course. I knew that, and I actually love it. Scotty Burnsy this week. We get an AM, PM golfer. Beautiful. Let's see here. Should we consider the highest metric score? You're talking about right here? I mean, the optimizer is selecting based off of the highest metric score. You don't have to. Like, Sahith Theegala's not really being picked a lot. Neither is Shane Lowry. If you have convictions about these players, you should select those guys. It's entirely up to you, though. This first lineup, I think we've already built, but actually, no, we didn't have Corey Connors. So this is the lineup for Shot Like Harden. I love this lineup. At Hubbard, maybe not so much Cam Davis, but I do like Corey Connors. Bill Smart. I thought Scotty and Burns were gonna break your Marquee Tee Time rule last week there for a minute. No, they were paired up together last week. I meant the metric score on the optimizer. No, well, yeah, the metric score is the sweet spot score on the cheat sheet and also on my sheet. It really is combing through all of the rules, using the metric as really trying to figure out what is the best combination of golfers for the conditionals that I have in here based off of the metric score. But if you're gonna choose someone, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, don't pair them together, but Burnsy and Scheffler are not paired together this week, just so you're aware. So now they're available, and Shot Like Harden doesn't have to be sad like he was last week. But we saved him money last week by avoiding Sam Burns. So if you wanted to pick Scotty Scheffler, I told you don't play him with Burns. And there you go. Oh, you thought they're both gonna be the optimal? Yeah. Hey man, they just it does fail from time to time, but really the bucket system and the sweet spot process. I don't want to be that guy to be like, my product is the ultimate, but it's like I track the success of it. It's 95% successful. Like it's actually like 97% successful this year. Very few times has the buckets like one. We haven't had 100% bucket system success rate. And then the Marquee Tee Times, I think all year have been 100% successful. Maybe 1 year it has not. Or not 1 year, 1 week. 1 week it has not. So, and I think only 1 week did we not beat the GPP winning lineup, but every week the SweetSpot process has beat the GPP winning lineup. So, I'm going to kick out Cam Davis here. That's a little too much volatility for my liking. Kick D-Mac. Okay. I'll go back and I'll kick D-Mac out. Are you on Kuchar this week? I doubt it. Where was D-Mac? Was he 6,900? Yeah. D-Mac. Still not quite sure how to implement the bucket system, but I will get there eventually. Yeah, so if you watch my earliest videos, I'm going to show you this really quick. Shali Karn doesn't mind. I still have these saved, where I actually had a roster construction. Did I rip them? I wonder. DraftKings roster. There we go. No, they're right here. So here's what I would do. If you are an OG of the SweetSpot Society, you remember seeing this. So I would create, first of all, I'd go and paste all the names right here. Here, I'll show you. So like the whole implementation, I'm trying to automate so you don't even have to think about it. That's the whole point of it. But basically what I would do is, okay, all the way to value, got it. I do something like this. And then I'd have your SweetSpot score right here, but I would follow the rules based off of how many golfer, like whatever their bucket was in. So I would go like this. It's got a Scheffler there. It's like, oh yeah, I wanted a green golfer and Max Homa, Fitzpatrick, and I would make sure each one of these golfers fit a specific rule. And it would also keep track of how much salary I had left over on this spreadsheet. And so like if I wanted like Mav McNeely, and then I would look and I'd be like, okay, so I have 2 strokes gained 4 golfers, 1 strokes gained 2, 1 strokes gained 1, and 1 strokes gained 3. Okay, I can do a strokes gained 1, or let's do a strokes gained 1 or a strokes gained 3. I had $5,700 left, so maybe we do let's do Garrett Kigo. Sure, let's do that. And I put that in. And that would follow all the rules, but I'd hand build it like this. And the little step ladder thing, I thought it was being smart with it, and quite frankly, I don't think it even worked out. So yeah, 2022 was the last time that I used that. I had built the optimizer since then and have been using this ever since. Just makes life easier. But yeah, the implementation, honestly, I think for those that are just eyeballing it, so if you were to use the cheat sheet, for instance, you go to the cheat sheet and you are looking at the projections. All that I would say for you, and quite frankly, I think what you might be able to do if you really wanted to, is something like this. Or if you didn't want to see the decimal points, you just go like this. Entirely up to you. You can remove those decimal points, but you just find what the minimum and the maximum is, and just find in between. You know, like, I think the easiest way for anyone that's eyeballing this is if you already have conviction plays. So like if you were to use the dream sheet and you find golfers that you like, and let's just say you like Scotty Scheffler, right? Now he's in these 5 buckets, plus he's in a salary bucket. So he's in 6 buckets, just like every other golfer. I would just say, okay, he's a last year one. What does the bucket system say about last year ones? You want somewhere between 1 to 4. Okay. So 1 to 4, well, I already got my 1. Is there another golfer that I like? And if you're going through your head, you're like, oh, but I really like, you know, I really like Morikawa. I really like Tony Finau. I really like Rose. I like McCarthy. I like Fowler. They're all last week or last year ones. You don't want to play them all together. So don't, you know, like, don't do that. And that's how I would say someone who's just eyeballing it. It's more of do this, don't do that. You know, like if you look at the bucket system that way, where it's just like, yeah, you want to do it this way, but don't do it that way. That's kind of maybe the easiest way to look into it. Or just request the optimizer and I'll send it to you. That might be the easiest one. We are at 23 likes. If we get to 25, I give away 5 memberships to this channel. And memberships give you a cool little badge, and they give you some other cool perks. You get to use emojis, all that good stuff. Scheffler, Burns, Minwoo Lee, Eric Cole, Cam Davis, SH Kim. That's a sexy lineup. Harden, I don't know your thoughts on it, but I'm a fan of SH Kim. I got no issue playing him. Him and Cam Davis and Eric Cole seems pretty volatile, but you tell me. And by the way, what are we going to call the tag team champions of Scotty Scheffler and Sam Burns? What is their tag team championship name? Because I feel like this is a great duo to build lineups around. Feel smart. So you round down the min column and round up the max column to the nearest integer? Yes. That's what I do. I also, if there's like a 0.1 to 0.3, I will always have a 2-point. There's always a 2-point buffer between the two. So if the minimum is 0, the maximum will always be 2 no matter what. No, if you see a 0, like a 0.2 for min and then a 0.5 for max, I don't really care. It'll always be 0 to 2. That first bucket we were looking at, that was a 1 to 4. Nothing changes there. That'll always just be 1 to 4. But yeah, always put a 2-point buffer. I've learned that over the years. It just, if you get really specific and only have like a 1-point gap between min and max, you get really, that's kind of getting a little too cute. And you could also look at golfers that are in each of those buckets, and if the strength of field just seems super high, or you know, like the likelihood of these top end golfers all finishing inside the top 10 is pretty high, then I would boost your maximum up. I do my best to include in the projections, but really a lot of it's just going to come down to your convictions, really. But I have it, it's pretty good. I have it to where I want it. Like, I trust it. I trust it a lot. I'm up $2,000 on the year. And I mean, I profited $25 last week, and I put in $130 or $107 is what I put in. So take it for whatever you want. I just play break even until I hit it big. That's usually my goal, is just break even until I actually get like a really good lineup somewhere. Scheffler, Burns, Minwoo, Adam Scott, Bo Hosler, Chuck Hoffman. Not a huge Hosler fan. I don't know about you. Hick Cole, Southern Gentleman. Absolutely, Phil. I mean, like, the one thing I like about these live videos is you guys get to chat with me. You get to ask me questions and I get to answer them. So I got no issue doing that. I don't like that one because I had Harry Hall in it. Scheffler, Burns, Scott, Yeager, Hosler, Rye. Oh, I don't like Hosler. This lineup looks really good minus Hosler. Ooh. You know what kind of stinks though? Cam Davis has shown up with Matthew Pavon so much. Like, I like them both. I really like Pavon, but Cam Davis, yeah, Maybe Cam Davis is this week's Wyndham Clark. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. Pick Scott and Hosler. Okay, yeah, you got it, man. That was kind of upsetting, though, that Adam Scott missed the cut last week. That shit pisses me off so much. Like, you're in a limited field, pal. A limited field. And you are supposed to be pretty consistent. And had, like, what the hell went on? Scotty Scheffler, Victor Hovland, Sam Burns, Cam Davis, Taylor Moore, and Callum Tarrant. I don't know about that one. I think we were in some of the same contests last week. Maybe. If you saw eDarbs 9 and the SweetSpot badge, yeah, we probably were then. Scheffler, Burns, Connors, Davis, Pavon, and Taylor Moore. I guess I don't mind that one. That's okay. Tarn complete. I know, man. Like, you know, at one point in time, I was so excited to get Rainmaker cards of Callum Tarn. I was like, dude, this is going to be so awesome. The guy is just a scoring machine, especially on those alternate events. And then I don't know what the heck happened to him. All right. I think this is going to be the last one for this one. I like this one a lot. Pendrith kind of scares me. It's so, again, so too does Cam. Actually, you know what? Let's build one without Cam Davis in it. I don't mind that one, though. Scheffler, Burns, Harmon, Grillo, Pavon, and Ben Griffin. Yeah, sign me up for this one. I like this one a lot. Okay. By the way, I'm going to have to change my policy going forward. If we get more members to the channel, I'm not going to be able to build 10 lineups per person. Otherwise, I'm going to have these 5, 6, 7 hour long podcasts. And that's just not, it's not how it's going to be. I'm not going to say that's not how it's going to be, but that's, I don't know how, that would be crazy. Crazy talk. All right. Next lineup. So we go Scotty Burnsy. Yeah, last lineup is always the best. You're right. Wait. Benjamin Howell gave me another one. All right. Again, I don't think he's here, but we're gonna do some quick ones. Clark, Rory, Homa, Fleetwood. Clark, Rory, Homa, Fleetwood. Where's Wyndham Clark? What the hell? Oh, found him. Wow. Group 3, Group 5, Group 6, Group 2. He found 4. 4 of the Marquee Tee Times, so we can't pick any other ones. Let's see if it breaks. It broke. All right, so Benjamin Howell. When we get very specific like that, if we're not following the buckets, it's going to be very difficult to build lineups with the optimizer. And because I don't think he's here, Benjamin, if you are here, come back and I'll build you another lineup. We already built you 5 earlier with Clark and Rory, but if you want some more, let me know. Old Elvis, Hovland, and Zalatoris, the Zally man. Right there, 10 and 9. Okay. He is a subscriber, so we'll build him 5. Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Davis, McCarthy, and Bohauser. Don't think so. No, thank you. Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Grillo, Davis, Assassinate. Yeah. We've seen that story. Grillo, Davis, Assassinate. We're moving on. Lineup 3 is Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Minwoo Lee, Fowler, Kuchar. Don't really care for that one. We'll call that lineup 3, although I think actually this will be lineup 3. We didn't really care for those other ones. Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Grillo, McCarthy, Glover. It's okay. I'm really not trusting Glover this week. Shy Karn, I know you said you like him, but I don't know if I can get there. See a lot of Adam Schenk. I'm going to skip through some of these. The ones that I like, those 6K and 5K golfers that just show up a lot that we don't really care for. This one, on the other hand, I like. Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Minwoo Lee, McCarthy, KH Lee. Yeah, let's do that one. That's great. Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Benny Ann, Ricky Fowler, and SH Kim. One more. I'll build you one more, Dennis. Just like Shy Karn said, last one's the best one. Hovland, Zalatoris, Oberg, Grillo, McCarthy, and Aaron Rye. Yeah, that one's good for me. So I think when it comes to Glover, I think the thing I'm most worried about is he's turned back into a loser. Can't putt. Whatever goofy thing he was doing last year that worked for 3 events just doesn't work anymore. He's back to being a head case. Did you... I don't know how much golf that you watch like over the broadcast or whatever's going on through Twitter X. Did you see they asked who was the best dressed golfer on the PGA Tour? And Lucas Glover goes, well, I think Rory looks good. Did you hear that? Well, I think Rory looks good. Or Rory always looks good. Like, what the... What's wrong with you? That guy, he is such a goof. Such a, like, I think the sun has just been, like, sucking brain cells out of that guy's head. There's no way I'm going to Glover. No way. Not so much no way. I'm just, my exposure levels to him are going to be 2% or less. Maybe 4%, but it's so low. Like, I can't get behind it. One more lineup. Oh no, we said that was the last one for Elvis because it was a good one. Joanne, are you still here by chance? Byron, you know I'm not afraid to tell you how I really feel. His wife has ruined him. Don't get small hands Tom Kim in the same room as Lucas Glover. So just to make sure I got this right, Burns, Siwoo Kim, and Hubbard in the same lineup would be a bucket violation of lineup 2. Well, let's double check. You have the cheat sheet up. I'm going to go into my sheet and do it from here. Just to make sure I got this right. Burns, Siwoo, and Hubbard. Burns, Siwoo, and Hubbard. We go to last year 2s. 0 to 2. Yeah. So you get access to the optimal lineups. So this is kind of what I'll always look at too, just to reinforce how I feel about a certain bucket. So you can see that there's 100%. Now, actually, let me use the cheat sheet for this, just so you have access to it. So our numbers are a little different because I made an update while we were doing this. It's 0.88 to 146. It's actually higher. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, they don't change much. So you get access to top 5 frequencies as well as optimal lineup frequencies. Yes, there's top 20s, but I really don't care for top 20s. If I'm being honest with you, you can if you want. Like if you're into min caching, I think that's fine. But you've got access to this. You got access to a lot of really key traits. So yeah, 0 to 2 is the projection. Now, just to double down on this, the lowest amount of golfers we've seen from this bucket inside the top 10 is 1. Now, there are buckets next to it that have 0. So at least we get 1. Our frequency rate means every single year we've seen at least 1 inside the top 10 from this bucket. If we wanted to dig down a little bit further, well, what was our frequency rate for optimal lineup golfers? Well, we've seen 0 before, and oh, by the way, not every year does it produce an optimal lineup golfer. 60% of the time it does, so that's like 3 out of 5 years. Actually, no, salaries go back to 2017, so that's 17's 1, 2, 3, no 2020, 2021 is 4. Okay, we have 6 years, so yeah, 4 out of 6 years, we've had at least one golfer from this bucket to finish in the optimal lineup. I don't have frequency rates when it comes to top 5 frequencies or success rate. This is more of a success rate thing, but you've never seen more than 2 inside the top 5. And so the success rate for all golfers from this bucket to finish inside the top 5 is 4.62%. Like that number might be a little misleading because you don't have a lot of high numbers that are around that, like 6.82, 7.56, 5.88, I guess, 9.17 down here. Those are numbers that might be like those are good numbers. 4.62 is not bad, but you don't have a for sure thing with optimal lineups. And then when it comes to looking at your min maxes, 1 to 5, so it could be up to 5 to be inside the top 10, but remember, only 2 have ever been in the optimal lineup together. So yeah, that 0 to 2, it just reconfirms or it validates you just want 2 for a max of golfers from that bucket. And again, I'm chasing the optimal lineup, right? I'm trying to get perfection. I want perfection. I'm trying to win GPPs. If you're looking to cash, you can look at this bucket right here, or that column and this bucket, 1 to 10, 22% success rate. That means of all golfers from that bucket, 22% of them finish inside the top 20. So that's pretty good. And we've seen a max of 10 golfers finish inside the top 20 from that bucket alone. At one of the years that happened. And here, I'll dig down just a little bit deeper for you. So we're looking at last year 2s. So we can go right down the line for top 10s for every. Okay, so years where we didn't see 1. You had 3 in 2022, 2 in 2017, and 5 in 2015. Scroll down for top 20s. You had 3 in 2022, 3 in 2019, 5 in 2017, 2 in 2016, and then there's your 10 in 2015. But it's been 2 or less. Well, actually, it's been 3 or less in the majority of them. And then cuts made from that bucket. That might be an interesting one for you to look at. That one looks pretty good. You could build a lineup with, 5 golfers from that bucket that probably will make the cut. But then when we dig down deeper into each of these other buckets, the likelihood that you're going to find a good chunk of them inside the top 10 or even inside the top 5 diminishes. And then obviously the optimal lineup piece is down here at the bottom. 11002. So just throwing that out there. It might not, it just doesn't look good. Put it that way. All right, Joanne, let's get to your lineups. I am so sorry to keep you waiting. Scotty and Harmon. Yeah, you got it. When you're searching for the person you want, it is the most difficult thing to do for whatever reason. All right, Joanne, we're building you 5 lineups. Scotty and Harmon. You got it. Sky Scheffler. Ooh, Tony Finau, Brian Harmon, Cole Grillo, and Justin Suh. Well, look at this. I just saw you become a subscriber, and now you are a member. Is that Mrs. Farouk? I imagine, or yeah, I imagine that's what it is. Thank you for becoming a member of the Sweet Spot Society. We have 24 likes. Guys, one more like. If you're that one person in the chat that has not yet liked this this stream, if you do so, I'm giving out 5 free memberships. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And let me get your name right. Is it Mrs. Farouk Or is it just a random thing of letters? Is it Mrs. Farouk? Option 1, option 2. Yes, sir, Mrs. Farouk. I imagine that's how you say it. I don't want to mess it up. But anyways, thank you for joining. That's awesome. You kind of, as Byron would say, you came off the top rope and just laid down the elbow drop. Like, I almost forgot his name. Randy Macho Man Savage. Oh, we got 26. Ryan comes in. Give him away. Okay. All right. I gotta remember how to do it. I think I need to go to my stream. I gotta pull up my own stream. I want to watch it. Your channel live. Actually, I should probably mute my site. Oh, we don't want to mute the site because then we mute the music. Okay. And then I go into here. Membership gifting. Here we go. Gift 5 now. Here you go. 5 memberships have been gifted. Mr. Awaken Up was gifted. GD Knight, good night. TJ Ennis. Steve Wallach and Mr. Ghost Riley. Honestly, I've never heard of TJ. I've never heard of Steve, and I've never heard of Mr. Ghost Riley. They are either people who just, they're phantoms. Mute the site. Oh no. Yeah, I know, man. That sucks. I mean, I can't do anything about it. It's completely random when I gift memberships. It's random. It's so random. Oh, Mr. Waking Up. He's like, I'm gonna show it off right meow. Heck yeah, dude. Lombardi Lee and Joanne, if I could get you guys memberships, I would. It just doesn't show. It doesn't allow me to. I think that's probably fair though, right? I mean, I think most people from that come here might feel a little, it might feel a little unfair for them if I just pick and choose. You know what, Joanne? I will build you 5 more lineups because the random, like, Google just, you know. Well, you want to know something? For this month, I'm given 10 free memberships to give away. So I actually have 5 more to give away. And I will probably next week, maybe the week after. Well, I mean, I think anytime we get to 25 likes, I'm just going to give away, if I can, I'm going to give away all of the memberships that I can. Okay. Joanne, here we go. We did this one already. I don't care for Justin Suh, but the rest of it looks really good. And maybe Justin Suh is okay. If you like him, I got no issue with it. Chuck Hoffman, I don't think so. He's gonna shove that in my face, I'm sure. Okay, so these 5 golfers, I don't have them all selected, do I? So this core is just happening naturally. That's interesting. Brandon Wu, yeah, you know what? Sign me up for this one, Joanne. I like this one. That's a good one. Finau. I just don't know if I can get to Finau. I like Hadley. Hadley here, sign me up. Okay. Joanne, do you want me to kick anybody? Let me know. Scheffler, Finau, Harman, Cole, Grillo. Those 5. I mean, you locked in Scheffler and Harman, but Finau's like showing up a bunch. So too is Cole and Grillo. let me know and I'll kick them out. You know what? No, after I'm done building Joanne's lineups, I'm going to do roll call number 2. Get you guys in for an additional entry. Yeah, it's just showing up the same way, Joanne. You like Burns? Okay. Let's bring back Burns. AJ's cutting his hair, but he's here. Okay, sir. You know what, Joanne? I don't mind when the optimizer does stuff like this. Picking like Martin Laird. Got no issue with that. None. Scheffler Burns, yeah, I don't know about Grayson Murray, but hey, it's a choice. You know what? I really like this lineup. Seamus Power. I imagine no one's selecting Seamus Power. Joanne, I really like this lineup. Pavon, Adam Scott we can go back to. Harman showed a little gusto. Burns kind of scrapped it away on the last day, and then Scheffler obviously won last week. This is a really good lineup. I like that one a lot. Scheffler, Burns, Harman, Scott, Pavon, and Matt Hughes. Yeah, sign me up for that one. Do you like Adam Scott, Joanne? Are you cool with Adam Scott? Got to get the mohawk ready for the weekend. Is that what you rock when you rock? Sorry, that was a bad joke. I like that lineup. I don't know about you, Joanne, but I think it's pretty cool. Mrs. Farouk, are you still in chat, by the way? Wow, this is a weird one. I don't like Callum Tarn that much. And we don't like Harry Hall. You like Seamus this week? Yeah, so do I. Do we go back to Matty Schmid? He played okay at Puerto Rico. Nick Taylor for Scott? Okay. All right. Nick Taylor, plugging him in, see what the optimizer does. All right, there's some difference. That's I like that. All right, Joanne, I'm not sure how many lineups we built for you, but because the algorithm, the Google algorithm, did its thing, built some good lineups for you. If you're interested, Mrs. Farouk, I like to build lineups for people. All you gotta do is give me 2 to 4 golfers you'd like me to build lineups around. If you'd like me to do that, leave it in the chat. I usually go from first in, first out. Was browsing through the dream sheet. Okay. When it comes to requests, it's usually first in, first out. And so I just did Joanne's and Lombardi Lee. If you're still in the chat, we can do some of yours. We got a lot to get through. There are still a bunch to get through. Let's see. Did I actually? Yeah, Willie Z and Harman. Okay. I'm gonna build these really quick, and then we're gonna move on. I'm actually gonna be really quick with the rest of the, or not with the rest of them, but we're gonna go fast. Hovland, Zally, and Harman, Scott, Shank. It's not terrible. Leaving $500 on the table, that'll make you different. We bring in Grillo and Glover to add to the 4 we just saw. I see Hovland one more time, we're going to kick him out. Okay. JT Poston just naturally shows up. That actually is pretty good. I like that. Zallyman, Oberg, Henley, Harmon, Grillo, and McCarthy. That's a pretty balanced lineup. I like that one a lot. And then let's see what the next one is. This will be lineup 5, Mr. Lombardi. Zallyman, Oberg, Henley, Harmon. Now we're not ending on Hosler. That's a rule here. We just don't ever end on Hosler. I think we've seen this one before, but it's not bad. McIlroy, Zalatoris, Harmon, Cole, Davis, and Justin Suh. One more. I don't know why Justin Suh came back. Actually, there we go. This is a good one to end on for you. Zalatoris, Oberg, and Minwoo, Harmon, and Andrew Putnam. Yeah, sign me up, man. Okay. Mrs. Farouk, I see ya. Homa, Scheffler, and Zalatoris. Wow. Scheffler's in group 4. Zalatoris is in group 7. And who was the last one? Homa? Group 6. All right. That actually works. When I get there, I will build those lineups. AJ Love, actually, whoa. I jumped the gun. Mr. Awaken Up, who is a new member. JT and Homa lineups. Por favor. Per favor. Again, I'm going to have to ask, are these Justin Thomas lineups or is this JT Poston lineups? I'm actually going to guess this is JT Justin Thomas lineups. Because he's a member, we're building 10. We're going to build 10 quick ones. It's not bad. Don't really care for Dietrich all that much, but not bad. Thomas, Homa, Oberg, Cole, Davis, Dietrich. JT, Homa, Oberg, McCarthy, Nick Taylor, Matthew Pavon. Interesting. I don't mind it. I just don't like price tags together. Thomas, Homa, Oberg, and Davis, SH Kim. Yeah, I like SH Kim. Although I saw him swipe at a driver and it went OB. It was a very bad golf swing. So I don't know. We'll see. JT Hovland, Homa, Davis, McCarthy, Korean Cowboy, KH Lee. I like that one. If Davis shows up one more time, I'm going to kick him out. But that was lineup 3. Lineup 4 is very intriguing. Thomas, Homa, Oberg, Henley, McCarthy, Buckley. Yeah, you know what? If there was ever a Buckley lotto ticket, that's a pretty darn good lineup to have him in. I like that a lot. JT, Homa, Oberg, McCarthy, Doug Gim. Holy moly. Yeah, let's do that one too. I like that one. I like lineup 6. So on to lineup 7. JT, Clark, Homa, Scott, Pavon, Power. Holy crap. JT and Homa together just unlock so many different types of lineups. JT, Homa, Minwoo, JT Poston, Adam Scott, Aaron. Holy crap. This is pretty cool. Did you know you can't spell Thomas without Homa? Did you know that? See how Homa's in the middle of Thomas? Did you know Homa is inside Thomas? Yikes. Thomas, Homa, and Minwoo, Scott, Mac Hughes. I like that lineup a lot. These are turning out to be really good. One more good one. We bring in small hands, Tom Kim. So JT, Homa, Oberg, Tom Kim, McCarthy, Matt Wallace. sure. All right. Those are good lineups. I like those. Moving on to the next one, which will be AJ Love. We got so many to get through. So many. Scheffler. Did we not do Scheffler, Matsuyama, Siwoo? What was the Siwoo lineup that we did earlier? We did this one already, AJ. Okay. Yeah, no, AJ, we did this lineup already. Yeah, you posted this one before, so we have already done that one, sir. Joanne, good luck to you. Hope you hit it big. Hope you're doing well too, by the way. I know last time you were in here, I think you said you were sick, so hope all things are good. Homa and Harmon for Mr. Daniel Bold. AJ Love, I'm sorry for getting your hopes all up there. Scheffler and Homa, I wanted later. Oh, yeah. We'll get there. I'll get there. Just working down my list, sir. Working down my list. Homa and Harmon. All right. So, Bold is a member. We're giving him 10 lineups. Hovland, Homa, Oberg, Harmon, Hosler, Glover. Yeah. Oh, we got to get rid of Hosler. And we will right now. We're not going to count those two. So we'll build one right now. Here's number one. Pretty good. Homa, Oberg, Finau, Harmon, Grillo, McCarthy, Daniel Bold. If you come in here and you're like, hey, I don't like so-and-so, just say kick whatever that golfer's name is, and I'll kick him out. That's good to hear, Joanne. Good to hear. Next line, like this one's good. Homa, Oberg, Finau, Harmon, Grillo, McCarthy. That's lineup one. Here's two. I love this lineup. McIlroy, Homa, Benny Ann, Brian Harmon, Matthew Pavon, and Mark Hubbard. Did we already do that one? No duplicate. Love it. That was just for the giveaway. You don't have to do it twice. Did I already do this one? Did I already build this lineup for you? I don't remember doing a Homa Harmon lineup. But if I did not, or if I did, you already made, okay. McIlroy, Homan, and Harmon, Pavon, Taylor Moore. I actually like that lineup. Let's see. One more. I'll do one more. One more good one. Oh, I think I did do these lineups. That looks familiar. Okay. We are moving on. Craig Bates, are you still in the chat? He wants Burnsy and Thomas. I like that. Kind of going away from the cuff. Away from what everyone else is doing with Scotty and Burnsy. Oberg played the junior players a couple years ago. How do you do? Do you know? Thomas Cantlay. Burns, McCarthy. Hosler. Gross. Jeez. I'm bringing back Hisatsune, and I'm just... I mean, okay. So if you don't mind playing Hosler, him showing up is a good omen for you guys, because the fact that I just have such disdain for him just means he's going to do well. So if you like Hosler, there you go. There's a good lineup. I can't get behind it. Makes my skin crawl. Oh. Thomas Oberg, Burns, Cammy Boy Davis, Danny McCarthy, and Luke List. Okay. That's a lot of McCarthy. And I'm not super happy with McCarthy. He's been playing kind of meh golf, like not super great. Oberg played junior players a couple years ago, 7th place. Ooh, lock and key. All right. Okay. I see you. What a lineup. Thomas Oberg, Burns, Connors, Rye, Hisatsune. We like that one. And I think Craig is he is a subscriber. I would hope he is. Let's see if I can confirm it. He is a subscriber. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll build him a few more. Thomas Oberg, Burns, Grillo, Davis, Hisatsune. Did I just save that one? No, I saved Aaron Rye. You know what? This one I'm cool with. I like that one. Thomas Oberg, Burns, Grillo, Davis, Hisatsune. Yeah. Okay. I thought I hit the run optimize, not the save button. Brendan Todd. Couple more for you here. Do we change it up? We do. We like seeing that. And I like seeing this lineup. Thomas, Burns, and Minwoo, Scott, Andrew Putnam. That's a good one to leave there. That was Craig Bates. Keep those 6Ks blocked. The Opti liked Oberg with JT and Homa line. Oh yeah. The JT Homa lineups are something else. They're looking real good. John Bizzle, are you still here, sir? I am so sorry to keep you waiting. I have not seen it. Not seen you in the chat for a little while. Nick Taylor and Brian Harmon. Hovland, Oberg, Henley, Harmon, Taylor, and Doug Gim. You see my Scott and Decky lines? Yes, sir. I will get to, like I said, I always do everything in order. So whatever's top to bottom, if you read the chats, you'll see where you might be. Maybe at some point in time, maybe I'll use a cheat sheet going forward. That way you guys can see like where you would be in line. Maybe, yeah, maybe I'll use the cheat sheet and let you guys edit that part of it. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I'm not quite sure. We'll figure it out. Because I know a lot of you guys are waiting for a while. And I apologize for that, but I do like to give everyone a fair shot. Part of the reason I like doing this is so I'm not like the other people who shoot you down if you say something stupid, you know, or ignore you or anything of the like. I will make sure I check everybody with what they're talking about, regardless of how long this is going to take. So, but at the same time, I'm also very sensitive to your guys' time, and I don't want to spend too much time on something that's not helpful for you guys. Anyways, Hovland, Oberg, Henley, Harmon, Taylor, Gim. That's a really good lineup. So John Bizzle, I don't know where you are, but we are building your lines right now. I know he's a subscriber, so we'll build him 5. We got Scheffler, Oberg, Harmon, Taylor, Pavon, Ryan, Fox. That seems like a really good lineup too. Hovland, Matsuyama, Henley, Harmon, Taylor, Pavon. Which one? What's stupid there, Mrs. Farouk? Hovland. Okay, we're stuck on Nick Taylor, so I gotta kick someone out. Let's see. How about Victor Hovland? Feel free, by the way, to say whatever you feel like saying. Scheffler, Oberg, Minwoo, Harmon, Nick Taylor, Dylan Woo. I don't mind that one. Yeah, no worries. I mean, like, there's a 10-second delay between you and I. So if I had said something, oh yeah, no. So just so you know, the hard thing about streaming, so I could stream without there to being a delay, but the best resolution that you will get is like 260p. So it'll be really fuzzy and grainy on your side. The only way to keep it into like 1080p or higher, I have to create a 10-second delay between you and I. So anything that I might say, if you're answering to it, I may have zero context. Zero. Pavon seems like a nice bounce back. Yeah. I mean, and also if you don't agree with me, I'm going to answer. We can talk about it. I've got no issue. None whatsoever. Like I said, I much rather talk to everyone that comes to the chat about anything. This lineup, Rory, Oberg, Minwoo, Harmon, Nick Taylor, Taylor Pendrith, I like a lot. TPC Lee season, yes. And Mrs. Farouk, thank you. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. I forget. Scheffler, Oberg, Harmon, Nick Taylor, Pavon, Ben Griffin. Heck yeah, dude. What the hell? These are really good lineups. The guy who won $13.5 thousand last week. These are his duos. Does he know something we don't? McElroy, Oberg, Benny Ann, Brian Harmon, Nick Taylor, and Adam Svensson. Svensson might have had the highest score last week. He missed the cut, I believe, right? God, do we go back to Adam Svensson? I don't know. Probably not. All right, going to the next lineups after this one. All right, so ooh, we caught up with the first. I had said after Joanne's, didn't I, that we were going to do another roll call. Let's do roll call right now before I start building more lineups. Roll call number 2. Just say here. That's all I want you to do. Just say here. This gets you an additional entry into the giveaway. So all you got to do is say here. That's all that you have to say here. And I will load up the next lineups and put you guys all in the an extra giveaway. Okay, Mr. Dilo, I see you in here. You asked, do we like Hovland Oberg or Xander Minwoo? I did not see that message. Are we wanting to build lineups around those guys? If I was choosing, I'd pick Xander Minwoo over Hovland Oberg. I know that sounds crazy, but for this week, I think that's, to me, a better play. Where do you get the code for prize pit? Okay, yeah. You said you email me later. Got you. Ooh, we are caught up with lineups. If I've missed your lineup, if you think that if you put a lineup in earlier and you think I missed it, let me know. I just reminded myself to look for Ryan Henson's lineups. Nope, he didn't say anything earlier. I think he's probably down here a little bit. Philip. Okay, I'm gonna put Phillips up here. I don't see any above his. JK Lawrence, are you still in the chat? Bill Smart, Scotty Ryan Moore. Here, let me see. Oh, yeah, no, we haven't gotten to yours actually, Phil. This lineup is a little ways above. I think this is it. All right, we're good. Okay. So let's add all you guys into the giveaway. Thank you for speaking up in chat or adding that to the chat. Did I miss mine? No, I haven't built yours yet. Okay, I think that's everyone, right? Did I miss anyone? Roll call 2. All right. Thank you all for participating. You guys just got extra entries into the giveaway. Alrighty. So the Brian Harmon, Nick Taylor lineups were very interesting. Let's bring back Gim and Todd Rye. Sure. Putnam, yep. Batia, man, I saw him. Okay, this lineup right here. I didn't even see this one. I like it. We'll save it. Okay. Just wanted to bring those ones back. And so now we're going Homa and Oberg. That seems dangerous. I'm kind of really liking Homa this week. He seems like a guy that needs just the smallest bit of confidence. Like, he's really hard on himself, but I feel like he needs the smallest little bit of confidence to spark forest fire of confidence. So I think last week was a good week for him. Played really good golf. I like him a lot this week. And I'm not a huge Max Homa fan, to be quite honest. What do I think of Knapp this week? Will he get back to top 10? Oof, good question. Before the Arnold Palmer Invitational, I think there was already concern for fatigue. And I think he played okay golf, to be quite honest. I think his golf last week was fine. He just had a hole where I don't know what the heck happened, but he got a 12 on a par 5. That just nuked his chances of, having a good finish. I have no idea what happened on that hole. I don't know what he was trying to do. If those were just all meaningful shots and he wasn't trying something weird like drive, the green like Bryson did, I'd be concerned. Because that just means he doesn't have control over his golf ball. But, and if he, and by the way, him not having control on his golf ball is a concern because there are 18 holes that water is in play at the Players Championship. I hate if he just water ball after water ball. So went in the water twice and then OB. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I like them. I want to play them, but I just... you know what? I will play Nap. It just will be at low exposure, like 10%, maybe. Homa, Oberg, Finau, Benny Ann, Grillo, and Justin Rose. I like that lineup a lot, Phil. Philip. Rose is getting the boot. We bring in JT Poston and Pavon. I do not mind that. Probably not going to want that much Finau, though. What do you feel like? Thinking you need to fade him? Mr. Farouk, how many lineups do you build, by the way? Homa, Oberg, Finau, and Grillo, and Brendan Todd. Sure. You know, like, Brendan Todd's not a sexy name to click, but got no issue with it. Honestly, I just don't know this week. It's so volatile, I'm staying away from the high-priced chalk. Okay. A little Finau is okay, but you can fade. All right, yeah, we're going to fade then. I'm going to bring back Grillo. And we're going to fade Finau. Oh, Byron comes in. It was off the tee and short. Gotcha. So he's trying to chew off more, or he's trying to chew off more than he can handle. Is that what we're... Yeah, that's the phrase we're looking for. Chew off more than he could... Yeah, whatever. Bite off more than he can chew. There we go. Jeez. It's mixing things up. 20 to 30 lineups. Yeah. If you're building that little... I mean, 1 or 2 nap lineups aren't going to be awful, but if you're kind of already like, then yeah, you don't want to build a core around him. Okay. Homa, Oberg, Cam Young. 3 9s and 3 7s. Cole, Emiliano Grillo, and Davis. Do we like Cole over Grillo this week? I mean, my model likes him 50 points more, but I mean, models just obviously find optimal plays. Cole could be the answer, but I don't know. I don't mind it. Let's put it that way. I don't mind it. AJ, Mohawk is done. That's awesome, dude. 2 9s, 3 8s, and a 6. This could do it. Homa, Oberg, Connors, and Minwoo and Hisatsune. That's okay. Oh, small hands Tom Kim gets added to this lineup. I hate it because I don't... that's just this... When is that going to ever happen in the optimal lineup? When's that going to ever happen? You're looking for a 6th core play? Is that what you... Was that what you mean by needed a 6th? Or did... Yeah, I'll think... I imagine that's what you mean. Homa, Oberg, Connors. Small hands Tom Kim. Eric, Cole, Aaron Rye. So not only do we get small hands, Tom Kim, but we get double-gloved Aaron Rye. Lots of hands in this lineup. And we're okay with that. It's okay. It's an okay lineup. Really like this lineup. Oh my god. But it's still like, I hate... It's so much 8K just lumped right next to each other. And leaving 600 on the table. I mean, hey, it's a lineup. The lineup that probably no one else is building. Hovland, Homa, Oberg, and Cole, JJ Spawn. Yeah, sign me up, man. I haven't seen any JJ Spawn in any of these lineups. I'm cool with that. Not a huge JJ Spawn fan, but he won a tournament last year, I think? Or was it the year before? Either way. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, these are back 9 Byron specials. Small hands Tom Kim and T-Mont. I don't even know what kind of nickname to give T-Mont. T Spoiled Meat Montgomery? Taylor spoiled milk mug. I don't even know, man. Ick. This is the Byron Back Nine Alley best bets play of the week. It's Taylor Montgomery. Yuck. Oh, Taylor Montgomery's gonna win this tournament now. Ugh. Gross. Alvin Homa Oberg and Harmon Reeve. No thanks. Oh no, he's still here. Alvin Homa Oberg and Davis Power. Yeah, sign me up. Sign me the hell up, as Byron would say. Can we get a percentage of how many optimal small hands is in? You know what? Oh my god. I've been on such a Tom Kim hating spree the last few weeks. Not so much last few weeks. Last week I was warming up to him, and this week I can get to Tom Kim. Small hands. I don't even know the phrase I'm looking for, but at the Players Championship, he could probably. I was just thinking about how I can't stand watching Tom Kim play golf. It's very on the edge. Like, it's a 50-50. Like, the confidence that I have in him is 50-50. When Byron was making his claims about how it was Pebble Beach, right? Pebble Beach, we made a case bet there, and then 2 weeks later, I forget which tournament, we made another case bet that I said Fowler would beat Tom Kim. Those were weeks I absolutely hated Tom Kim. Absolutely hated him. I don't hate him this week. So I don't know. I have no idea if this is where we get back to Tom Kim. Ugh, gross. Hovland, Homa Oberg, and Nikolai H. Lee. Haven't seen a lot of Nikolai. I'm a fan. Let's save this lineup. And honestly, Philip, I'm gonna build you two more. I've lost count. I'm sure we're on like lineup 12, 13, or 14. Homa Oberg, Fleetwood, Connors, Fowler, Pavon. Sure. And Uno Mas. Philip, you and I can be friends. Wow. Absolutely, Byron. You don't have to watch him. Just sit back and collect your bag. Sorry, dude. Just want to make fun of that. How many times has Back Nine Bets watched the Tom Kim Full Swing episode? Oh boy. I don't know. Back Nine Bets cognizant, and Tom was building snowmen along the banks of the Florida swamplands. I love that. Who is equivalent small feet? Oh, small feet. Small feet. Small feet. Well, we know ski poles belongs to, skis, I should say, belong to, Batia. We know that, right? Small feet has to belong to Zach Blair. Wherever Zach Blair is, he is the smallest, chubbiest little boy you have ever seen. It has got to be Zach Blair, no matter what. I think, yeah. I mean, if we're trying to find like, there's Zach Blair. Cheser could also be one. But you want to know what? I think it's going to have to be whatever Byron's next conviction play is going to be. Whoever Byron likes, whatever that person is that has small feet, that's going to be small feet so-and-so. Oh, patty ice with pitter patter before every putt. Yeah, dude, that's pretty brutal. This lineup's sexy. Hovland, Homa, Oberg, and Yeager and Hughes. We're saving that and moving on. Philip, those were your lineups. Again, I probably stayed on it way too long, but it's okay. The Tom Kim episode made you like him? Hey, and you know what? He's one of those that, like, I think he's another one, just like Max Homa, just needs a little bit of confidence to just get a groundswell of confidence. All right, so that was Philip. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. Ryan Henson, I know I've got a lineup for you somewhere. J.K. Lawrence, are you still in the chat by chance? Phil Smart. There we go. I think Phil's probably still in the chat, right? Scheffler and Ryan Moore. You're welcome, Philip. I just got to the part of the chat where Byron comes into the chat and goes, I literally just show up and here's Darbo bashing Tom Kim. You're welcome. Looks like Byron, I got your lineups next. I like that though. Wyndham, Homa, and Pavon. Lovely. Scheffler, McIlroy, Cam Davis, Denny McCarthy, Matthew Pavon, and Ryan Moore. What the hell is that? These three mofos. Like, what the? I mean, okay. Is this likely though? I think so, actually. Dude, okay. I just created a narrative in my head that these two are going to be battling Sunday for the crown, and it's going to be, yeah, that's what's going to happen. All right, I'm calling it right now. It's going to be Scheffler versus McIlroy on hole 16. It's going to start on hole 16, and they're gonna try to beat one another all the way to 18. Someone's going to make a mistake on 18. Someone will. And my guess is it'll be McIlroy. Scheffler, McIlroy, Davis, McCarthy. I just did that one, right? I thought I kicked someone out. No, we added them. Got it. Yep. Scheffler, Hovland, Cole, Scott, Hosler, Moore. We all know my feelings on Bo Hosler. We're kicking him out. Scheffler, Hovland, Cole, Grillo, Davis, and Ryan Moore. I can get behind that. That one's fine. I'm going to kick Hovland out, though. Scheffler, Oberg, Corey Connors, Small Hands, Tom Kim, Brendan Todd, and Ryan Moore. Okay. I actually don't mind that one either. Let's kick out Brendan Todd. Scheffler, Spieth, Cole, Scott, yeah, okay. That one's a really good lineup. I like that one a lot. Spieth gets added to the mix. We haven't even, there's no lineups with Spieth. By the way, 0 lineups with Morikawa, 0 lineups with Cantlay, 0 lineups with Lowry, 0 lineups with Sith Thagala. and 0 with Sung Jae and Fitzpatrick. I don't really care. I'm not going to go down the list, but that is super interesting. Let's kick out Grillo. Scheffler, Oberg, Minwoo Lee, Eric Cole, Nick Taylor, Ryan Moore. That's a really good lineup too. Okay. I think that's a good one to end for Phil. I think that's 5. I think I built you 5 lineups. If I didn't, let me know. Those were interesting lineups though. Yeah, those are 5. Okay. Mr. Byron, back 9 bets. Back 9 alley bets. Replacing the message. Here are your Wyndham, Homa, and Pavon lineups. By the way, where in the heck? Ryan Henson. Where in the heck is your... Okay, I see it. I see it. You're actually next. On you're on the deck, or you're on deck. All right. Wyndham at $9,700. Max Homa at $9,600. And Matt 2 Pavon. Matthew Pavon. Clark, Homa, Oberg, Grillo, Jaeger. Yeah, this is a lineup you like. I don't even have to build any more lineups. I watch enough content of yours to know you like this, minus Oberg, but you're going to like this because Oberg's in it. And not because you like Oberg, because I'm telling you, you like Oberg. This is probably like the worst lineup that you could want, because I know you have an irrational hatred for Mr. Oberg, but that lineup was pretty sexy. Clark, Homa, Finau, Cole, Grillo, Pavon. I think you passed on Cole during the Pat Mayo hour. You didn't want anything to do with Cole. But you'd like this because of Finau for some reason. Some guys you can add in, Benny and Lowry. Okay, let's see what we can do. Let's sprinkle some of those guys in. We don't have any Lowry. No Lowry. Barry R, what's happening, man? What's up, guys? Late to the party. I'll catch you on replay. Wishing everyone good luck this week. Good luck to you, sir. Clark, Homa, Lowry, Grillo, Ricky Fowler, Byron. Are you feeling that? I don't even know what I'm trying to get at. Are you gonna be the sicko that wants to play him? You don't mind Cole, actually? Okay. If you can get past like any irrational hatred towards Ricky Fowler this week, this is actually a pretty decent lineup. Very unique lineup build too, by the way. Yeah, see, I knew you were gonna say that. I knew it. I think I was bitching about Cole giving me a black eye and finishing DFL. Gotcha. Well, wasn't it Russell Henley that gave you the shiner? maybe I missed that part. Maybe it was Eric Cole. No Ricky, he says. See, I already prefaced what I thought you were gonna say. Said if you can get past Ricky, we'll have to revisit this. Someone in the chat, someone whatever, timestamp that. Remember, if Ricky finishes top 5, Byron probably wins $1 million. Just throwing that out there. If he enters that lineup, whatever lineup that is, into the Millie Maker, he could have won $1 million. But he has this irrational hatred for Ricky Fowler. 4 9K golfers. But technically they're not 9K golfers. I don't know if you saw this, Byron, but I went through this earlier. These are actually 8K golfers, believe it or not. And Matthew Pavon's actually a 7K golfer. And Adam Shake is actually a 6K golfer. So all this reads is 998876. I know it's confusing, but that's how it goes. This actually isn't a bad lineup though. I like it a lot. So Fowler and Hosler are in optimal. You know what? I know okay. Because of my irrational hatred towards Bo Hosler, right? Oh. The viewers are giving me shit back. Oh boy. Clark Homa, Lowry, Bradley. Do we go back to Keegan Bradley? Ugh. That bum sucked so much last week. So much. Clark Homa, Lowry, Bradley, Denny McCarthy, Pavon. Do we do this? Is this okay? It's a 998776. The old school way, not this new school way. Probably, right? All right, whatever. Let me kick out Lowry and bring in one of the other guys you said. Benny Ann. Okay, we'll bring in some Benny Ann. I can do Bad Brad. Okay. Bad Bradley. Hatred Squad. Yeah, right. Oh, Ben Silverman. Oh boy. Yeah, AJ. Okay, hold on. You just reminded me of something. You reminded me of something. I forgot to do the bucket combos. I also don't think I updated it. Byron, I'm still gonna get to your lineups. This is a pretty sexy lineup, by the way. Clark Homa, Day, Ann, Pavon, and List. Yeah, sign me up. Let me do this really quick. Let me go to the API. Just copy all of this. I'll get back to building lineups. Do we like Luke List, Byron? To be quite honest with you, I don't mind it. Okay. Move this over here. Ooh, I like that with List. And Ben Silverman is 100% going to be in my pool. It's a perfect time to remind you. Never fall in love with a 6K golfer, but also never disrespect one. I think a lot of people gravitate to Carson Young. He checks all the boxes, but I like Silverman as the sneaky cheap play. Well, Byron, if you say Silverman's going to be in your pool, let's just add him right now. Let's see what it spits out. You can find the correct buckets. That looks about right. That's how I feel about your Silverman play. But if we remove Benny Ann from it, this looks pretty sexy. Barry, what do we feel about Mackenzie Hughes? I like Mackenzie Hughes this week. I'm gonna kick out Mac Hughes. Let's see what other lineup works. Scotty Scheffler gets added to that. Oof. Yeah, it isn't. It is not a Sweet Spot show without you breaking the optimizer. So we kind of have this little mix going on, which I have no problem with. Scheffler, Clark, Homa, Pavon, Lauer, and Silverman. Like, I don't mind Justin Lauer this week at all. If Hadley and CT Pan show up next, I mean, like, if this just continues to show up, I'm gonna love it. Troy Merritt gets added to the mix. It's whatever. Hughes is a fine play this week. Can you run that when you get a chance, please? Scotty, Xander, and Silverman. Yeah, you got it, man. And then we break it. So Silverman doesn't like Homa and Clark together. Byron, let's build you a couple more lineups. Shall we? I was really impressed with Lauer at the Cognizant. Like, the guy... So, like, last year, I had gotten a few Rainmaker cards of Justin Lauer, and so that's really... I was forced to... Like, they were elite cards, so I didn't have a lot of elite cards, so I was forced to focus on Lauer. Well, Lauer had a lot of good finishes at hard golf courses. I got no issue with Lauer. Yeah, Finau. I'm just gonna kick Finau out. I know maybe you like Finau, and I think we probably already saw this lineup, but we're just gonna do that. Toss Sungjae in there. All right, man. Oh, okay. Hold on. We get the Sam Burns special. That is Shot Like Harden's guy. Steven Yeager. I don't know how many times I've heard you talk about Steven Yeager, Byron, but I know you're at least okay with him. I think you're a fan of this. This lineup's sexy as hell. That's all I'm trying to get at. This lineup is sexy as hell. But you want me to throw in Sungjae. Community lineup, hell yeah. Kirko Chains gets added to the mix. I'm so glad we got rid of him. Good riddance. Go to Atlanta and live out your career there, pal. Clark, Homa, Sungjae M, Cole, Kirk, Pavon. Yeah, I like that lineup. I mean, I don't really care for Chris Kirk this week, but if I needed to put him in a lineup, I'm cool with putting him in this lineup. This is also pretty solid. Haven't heard much of Andrew Putnam, but he seems like a golfer that can show up out of nowhere. Okay. Be right back. Going to the bathroom. Let me just screen grab that lineup real quick. Yeah, you got it, man. I'm not going back to Kitayama. No thanks. And I'm going to build one more for you. Oh. Billy Horschel, Wyndham Clark, Max Homa, Cammy Boy Young, Sungjae M, Mathieu Pavon, and Billy Horschel. Okay. Cool. That was a really good lineup. All right, Byron, we're moving on. Ryan Henson, I am sorry it has taken this long to get to your lineups. And Mrs. Farouk, I see you too. Mrs. Farouk, you're right after this, just so you know. You are welcome, sir. Yeah, I knew you were going to like that Billy lineup. Yeah, Mrs. Farouk, you are on deck. So I will do your Homa, Scheffler, Zalatoris lineups. The 7K combos. Okay, thank you for mentioning that. This is last week's. I had said you wanted to play one of these guys. And remember, like I said, it was like from here up you wanted to. I thought it was Keegan. And I sold you all on Keegan. It ended up being Brian Harmon. 12 isn't that great. Here's Benny Ann down here. Remember how I told you out of this group you wanted to select one? And out of this group up here you only wanted to select one? I wasn't wrong. I was not wrong. You only wanted to select one. It just wasn't the guys that I thought it was going to be. I don't have it color coordinated, but this is the Arnold Palmer Invitational. I need to create one for the players. So if you don't mind, I will show you how it's done. Okay. And if you guys have kind of like a better way of doing it, I'm all ears. I got no issue. Okay, so what we will do. Gee, these aren't driven by anything. Let's just do this. Let's just delete. No fill. Just leave it like this for now. I'm gonna unhide this though. Go to this sheet and I'm going to clear this. And basically what I will be doing, this is, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but if you truly want to know the 7K combo buckets, we're gonna do it this way. So actually I start 2023 first. I start most recent and then go back from there. So it's between 7,900 and 7,000. And basically I just take the highest point totals. I usually go down to 80 points. 80 points is what I'll go down to. Usually just actually copy like this. Bring that over. Copy just that. Bring that over. Copy this. And bring it over. And clear it out because I don't want that to confuse any of us later on. So basically that's what I'm going to do throughout all of this. Again, it's my way of showing you how the process is done. Call me out on it. If you don't like it, totally fine. But it's been working. So why mess with it if it's working? Again, I go down to 80 points. 80 just seems like a good number. And it's to be consistent. I'm already seeing some trends that are scary as hell. So what I'm already seeing, tons of 7K golfers inside the top 10. Or not top 10, but scoring 80 plus points. And they all have just terrible form. Not all, but most of them have terrible form. So that's scary because it's like, well, how in the hell are we going to try to figure out who to play? Again, go down to 80 points. Yeah, there's so many more 7K golfers from this than I have seen in the past. Oh yeah, we didn't have a last year in 2021 because of COVID. Lovely. So we're just going to go NAs for that. That way there's not an actual number in there. (2020) obviously we did not plays. 2019 or did not finishes, I should say. God, that was such an exciting tournament. Hideki just like, you know, running away with it, and then everything was put on hold. Everything. For this, I'm not going to be counting any more than top 20. Actually, I don't even want to know if I want to do top 20. Sure. I guess I'll add it. I mean, I would actually go against doing it this way. I don't believe keeping top 20s. Or, I don't think you... I mean, I just don't know their DraftKings points, to be quite honest with you. Obviously, if I knew if there was 80 points or more, I'd keep it. Or I would... $7K golfer won it back in 2018. Isn't that crazy? We're almost done. See, I'd go down to like this right here. Top 11s. But how about this? We'll include everyone. Just for the sake of it all. And one more year. So we're almost done. We're there. Okay. So, just so you can see this, basically I add everything over here. This is everything that I've just copied over. Remember, we didn't have last year, so there's NAs. I don't have DK points, but I'm keeping everyone that were top 20s. And then basically it's going to do all the calculations over here. And all I need to do is grab this week's top this week's 7K range, which again is a bit different, right? Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna do it from the cheat sheet because I'm calling this a different, like I'm literally doing the old school 7K golfers. So we're gonna grab, so 64, so 8,300 down to 6,400. Okay, I can't grab it from here. We're doing it a different way. 8,300 to 64. So that's going to be here. Here. Copy that over here. And then copy all of this. And then basically copy all of this. I think that's going to do it for 7K combo buckets. So, okay. So I haven't sorted it yet, but we will sort and we shall see. Largest to smallest. There we go. Oh boy, I just saw Doug Gim at the bottom. So let's find our break point, which there really isn't one. Emiliano Grillo is just so far away above everyone else when it comes to these combo buckets. And again, it's just the most common combo buckets found inside the top 10 and which golfer shares the most. And that is Emiliano Grillo. How about this? We'll go to 25 and up, I think. No. Let's do 24 and up. This is 12 golfers. Do we want 12? I mean, there isn't much difference between 24 and 25, so yes. Okay. We're doing it the same way. And then down here, I think I go to here. Here are the rules. This is how I've always been doing it. I mean, we could actually have 3 golfers from this whole range. There's so many 7K golfers. Out of these groups here, select 1, no more than 2. So 1, no more than 2. And quite honestly, when the first things that really come to mind, well, one is Denny McCarthy. Like, how often have we been seeing him in the, let me zoom in a little bit more. It might be too difficult. How often have we been seeing Denny McCarthy in these lineups being built? That's crazy, right? Obviously, we kind of saw Chris Kirk. Here's what I would say. These top 20 finishes right here by Cam Davis, Adam Hadwin, Justin Rose, and Danny McCarthy, that all really intrigues me. But at the same time, so too do missed cuts. Like, missed cuts to me, I like, and especially with last week finishes like this. Actually, hold on. There's one golfer that I missed because he's playing at the Puerto Rico. Aaron Rye. Yeah, Aaron Rye needs to be updated. Does that really change Aaron Rye? It doesn't, actually. It actually keeps him right where it was, right where he was. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't do anything to Aaron Rye. Just keeps him right where he was supposed to be. Okay. So really, I think when it comes down to it, I'm looking at these 4 golfers. Interesting. I see Minwoo down here. You see how he also has a top 20 finish from last year? So if I like Minwoo, I'm probably going to grab one of these miscut guys here. If I don't care for Minwoo, Doug Gim kind of looks a little sexy. I'm probably going to stay away from Adam Scott. This is that one bucket that's not super great. There's Matthew Pavon. Holy shit, right? And Jake Knapp. We were already talking about it. These 4 golfers seem very interesting. I wasn't on Doug Gim until I just saw this. Kind of like it. But I would say this, only 1. Select, I mean, I guess select 1 to 2, but really from this whole range, you only want a total of 3, maybe 3 golfers. So it could look like something like this. Doug Woo, Jesus Christ. Doug Gim. Maybe Cam Davis. I mean, Cam Davis has been showing up a ton too, right? Oh my God, there's Bo Osler. No. Oh. To be honest, we've built so many good lineups though, with like Nick Taylor, Emiliano Grillo, Alex Noren has my, like, I like Alex Noren this week. I don't know, man. But those are your 7K combo buckets, just so you're aware. Interesting. All right. Let's do roll call number 3. Roll call number 3 is not that cough. Who's your favorite 7K combo bucket? Play. I'll put it back on the screen. Out of these golfers, who's your favorite 7K combo bucket? Yeah, it's going to be difficult to put it on one screen. Okay, how about this? We'll make it easy. Who's your favorite player right here? You can do that. Doug Gim's fine. Okay. I'll let you guys answer that. I'm going to get to building lineups. Mrs. Farouk, I greatly appreciate you. I am so sorry that you have been delayed in lineup builds. I've asked you to grab some golfers that you like. And I haven't really been moving. Mr. Dilo, that's awesome. Barry R. Nice, I like it, dude. I feel like either Gim or Rychok bust this week. They're easily popular 6K plays this week. That's fair. Alex Noren, sure. I like that. All right. I see you, Mr. Dilo. Isn't that right, AJ Love? Honestly, like I think I said that, right? That Cam Davis is going to be this week's Wyndham Clark. God, I can feel it. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can make that conviction play though. All right, Ryan. Is it Adam Scott that you want or Scotty Scheffler? You said Decky and Scott lineups. I don't know what Scott that is. I imagine you just saying Scott means Adam Scott, but you know what they say about assuming. Adam Scott. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, this is pretty fun. I enjoy doing this. I personally, you know, you hear other people say, hey, you know, do this for me, put your picks in here or whatever, and then they use that data to share to everyone else. I think if you give me names, we build lineups based off of your, you know, interesting combinations, and then you get to see different lineup considerations, like different lineup builds. It isn't giving people away information like, oh yeah, this guy's going to be this much owned based off of how they're building lineups elsewhere. Like, this is just for you guys. Gives you guys ideas on how to build lineups. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Minwoo Lee, Adam Scott, Denny McCarthy, Justin Suh. So here's what I would say. Now that I saw the combo buckets, I am going to zoom out. I know it's going to be very difficult for, actually no, we'll zoom in and I'll scroll down. Adam Scott is down here with Minwoo. I don't think I would save that lineup, right? Because you have Adam Scott and Minwoo right here. Now I'm not saying it can't happen. Like, obviously, we've seen other weeks where two golfers from down there actually were inside the top 10. So it's possible. I mean, I like a lineup like this. This is one of my favorite lineups. And this also includes Denny McCarthy just naturally up top. Denny McCarthy right here. It includes Adam Scott, Minwoo Lee, which it's fine. It's fine. Seen a lot of the same. Do you want me to keep Minwoo Lee in there, or would you like me to kick him out? And same goes with Denny McCarthy. Don't forget at the end, Scheffler and Homa. Okay. Yeah, I got Mrs. Farouk's after this, and then I don't know if I have any other lineup builds. Oh yeah, Scheffler and Homa. Yep, you were actually right after. Kick Minwoo. Yeah. I agree, man. Kick Minwoo. I'm gonna bring back Adam Schenk for good luck, though. Scott has played this course 71 rounds. Yeah. He also doesn't seem to be playing super great golf, but you know, maybe that just all changes around. 40% Scheffler, 26% Connors, 26% Siwoo, 70. Oh, for you. Yeah. I was gonna say, you see that on here? That's all good. Here we go. Good luck, Ryan. Scheffler, Jesus. Scheffler, Matsuyama, Cole Scott, Hisatsune, and Adam Schenk. Cole Scott. Yeah, not my favorite, but not terrible. Scheffler, Matsuyama, Cole Scott, Pavon. Oh, Matt Kuchar ruined it. I didn't mind it if I saw Kuchar. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Benny Ann, Scott Pavon, Ryan. Yeah, that's a really good lineup. I like this one a lot. I really like that one. Hovland, Matsuyama, Henley, Scott, Fowler, Putnam. I don't mind it. I really don't. Like, if you wanted a 6K golfer, Putnam's not terrible. There we go. Oh, God. Adding McCarthy and Hosler. Two guys at the top. Remember I said pick one, no more than two? Is McCarthy and Hosler just different at the top? McCarthy with a top 20, Hosler with a miscut. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. They're just different enough. Sure. Gross? Sure. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Scott, Grillo, Fowler, and Glover. I don't think so. All right, Ryan, I'm going to get you like 3 or 4 more. We're going on to Mrs. Farouk, and then we're going to go on to AJ Love. And I think I'm going to call it there because I'm not going to stay on much longer. Hovland, Matsuyama, Hanley, Scott, Grillo, and Brendan Todd. It's not terrible. It's technically 3 7K golfers. These are all considered 7. Grillo's at the top. Scott's down at the bottom. Sure, saving it because it is it matches the combo buckets. Taylor Moore gets added to this one. Don't really care for it. Give me something different. Okay, I'm kicking out Hovland. Pendrith isn't bad, but I just want to see something different before I call it quits on these lineups, or on this lineup. I don't mind this one. I know, excuse me. I know Byron hates Ricky Fowler. I don't mind it. Cam Davis and Thomas Dietrich. You know what? I'm saving this one because I don't think anyone's building this lineup. Okay, one more good one. We don't end on lineups with Montgomery. Or Hoffman. One more. Oh, so close, man. Oh, that's so close. All right, I'm going to kick Ricky Fowler out and truly one more lineup. Okay, good enough. Small hands, Tom Kim. Selected in there. We built you a ton of lineups. Mrs. Farouk, we're on to you now. Homa, Scheffler, Zalatoris. This should, I mean, I hope this produces good lineups. I am very intrigued. Ryan, you are welcome, sir. Sorry it took a while to get there. You were down on the list. The first one I don't really care for. Grayson Murray's not like super great. This one is very interesting. I'm a fan of this one. Scheffler, Zalatoris, Homa, Eckroat, Hisatsune, and Buckley. I'm cool with this. Hold on. Okay, yeah, everything's cleared. Scheffler, Zalatoris, Homa, Eckroat, Moore, SH Kim. I'm actually cool with that lineup too. Very stars and scrubsy. Kind of digging it. I agree, Ryan. Absolutely. You know what? I should have tried to build an ugly lineup. I did actually earlier, right? I did create it. I'm like, I hate this lineup so much that I'm saving it. I forget which one that is. I'll have to go find it again. So Eckroat showing up a lot, Mrs. Farouk. Do you like Eckroat? It is possible Eckroat is the glue that adds these guys with whatever shows up underneath. So it could turn out bad, but we can remove Eckroat if you want. He's going to show up a lot. So I just want to make sure. Otherwise, yeah, I guess I don't mind this because it's just different. Not a huge Taylor Moore fan though. It's okay. I like Brendan Wu. I don't like Matt Kuchar. So I'm actually going to go and replace Kuchar. Bring back Wu. Kind of want to bring back Hardy. Who else do I need to like get rid of? It would be Eckroat. Yes, he has been good for me. Okay, perfect. He just gets replaced naturally, and Bo Hosler gets mixed in, who we all know I don't like, but just like what Charlie Carden says, will be a part of the optimal to go along with Ricky Fowler, which isn't true, but it could be. It could be. All right. That's an interesting one. Semi Valimaki wasn't someone I was really thinking about. This one I actually like. Jimmy Stanger? Sure. Sign me up. I'm game. Carson Young seems to be chalk, but who cares when you're mixing in with the rest of these guys? The question is, do we like Michael Kim? Michael Kim's an interesting one. Cammy Boy Davis with Thomas Dietrich and Kevin Streelman. Fred Funk won this tournament when he was old as dirt. I don't think Kevin Streelman is a golfer that can't find success here. It's unlikely, but it's a lotto ticket if I've ever seen one. Same with this one. Hosler, Suh, and Merritt. I like that. I hate this lineup. I hate this lineup so much that I like it. There's nope. If you wanted a scale of how much I hate a lineup versus what I might like, this is I hate. This one, like, this bottom end is so gross. No. Anytime I ever see Aaron Baddeley's name, I just immediately eject. Same with Bo Hosler. And Dietrich used to be a favorite play of mine, but he kind of sucks now. So if you're playing contrarian, that's your lineup. Okay, so now I'm intrigued because Matthew Pavon I like. Tyler Duncan I don't mind playing. And I already said I used to like Dietrich, but he's been playing like garbage lately. Sign me up. Fred freaking Funk. Dietrich is interesting as well. I know. Dietrich has, I mean, it looked like he had talent, and then it somehow disappeared. Here we go. Eckroat, Shank, Stevens. Perfect. All right, I'm going to build you two more good ones. This is actually a pretty good one too. I played Justin Suh the last couple weeks, not last week, but the week before and the week before that, and it just was heartbreak. And not so much heartbreak, it just didn't sit well. Hated it. I don't like that one. That's not a good one. There we go. Bob Shelton. You know what? Let me go down here. I'm gonna remove Justin Suh from the mix. And I kind of want to bring back some of those other guys that I didn't mind. I don't know about Stevens. Sure, I'm gonna bring back S.H. Kim, Bob Shelton, and we'll see. We'll see what happens here. There's a lot of good 6K golfers down here and 5K. Well, technically 5K golfers. Yeah, so like this one here, did we already save this one? No, because Taylor Moore was a part of that original SH Kim lineup, so that one's fine. Scheffler, Zalatoris, Homa, Eckroat, Dietrich. Yeah, I think we did this one, but it seems solid. All right. All right, AJ Love, I think we're going to move on to your lineups, and that's going to be it for tonight. Nasty Nate, that's fine. Okay. Sure. Sign me up. I'm cool with that. All right, Mrs. Farouk. Appreciate you coming here, becoming a member, asking for some lineups built. Hope we got you some good ones. Be sweet if your first time visiting, you won a ton of money with lineups that we built for you. Last combo of the night, we're doing Scheffler Homa. We've kind of done this a little bit. I mean, technically we just did, but we added Will Zalatoris, so we'll see what shows up here. It isn't the longest show ever. Last week was the longest show ever. That was 4 hours and 45 minutes. You know what? Byron just beat me. Do I try to beat Byron? I gotta go back. I gotta go to his. He did 4 hours 50 minutes. I don't know if I really want to go an extra 20 minutes, but I kind of want to. Just to slap him. Bill, I was just talking about how Byron went 4 hours and 50 minutes the other night just to spite me. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome, man. Just to spite me, I kind of want to shove it back in his face and say, now beat this amount. Beat this number. First, Scheffler Homa lineup has Scott, McCarthy, Hosler. Let's see. Hosler and McCarthy at the top. Scott's down below on the 7K combo buckets. I don't know. Man, the more I see Hosler, the more I'm like, it could be possible. Cammy Boy Davis is at the top, so too is McCarthy. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna kick McCarthy out. I just don't trust McCarthy as much as I do Cam Davis. Scheffler, Homa, Cole, Scott, Davis, SH Kim. So the bottom, the top, I don't know. I think Eric Cole's probably right in the middle. Like right in here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Sure. I can get behind that. That's fine. SH Kim, I don't know. I don't know about SH Kim. Like, not that much in these lineups. Okay, so okay, where was Matthew Pavon? He was at the bottom. Hosler was at the, yeah, so we got to save this one. It works out. Kuchar we don't like. He die specialist, but he's also old as dirt, so nope. I like this one. I just don't want Justin Suh. Scheffler, Homa, Cole, Davis, Hosler, Moore. No thanks. I like this one. Grillo, Cole, and Pavon. Grillo is the top guy, way up at the top. Yeah, we're saving that one. We like it. I'm gonna get to lineup 100 and then we're gonna call our quits. Slap them. I don't want to stay up that late. I don't know. I'm close, but it's almost midnight. Also, Scheffler, Homa, Oberg, Davis, Dietrich, Hoffman. Interesting. We're not saving that one. Scheffler, Homa, Cole, Scott, Hosler, Kim. No thanks. Question about the bucket system. RF1 looks like a 0 to 2, but the optimal in top 5 frequencies say max of 3. Yeah, so those are just letting you know that there's never been more than 3 that have been in each of those. Those aren't necessarily projections. It's just letting you know that it's been up to 3. Bryce Garnett, I don't mind this week, by the way. So you're talking about recent Form 1s? Yeah, your projection's 0 to 2. In the optimal, you've seen 0 to 3. And in top 5s, you've seen 0 to 3. So you've never seen more than 3 in each of these scenarios. Like you've never seen more than 3 recent Form 1s in the optimal lineup, and you've never seen more than 3 inside the top 5. So that's the way you would read anything here. Now, if it said 3 was your minimum, that means we've never seen less than 3, meaning you probably would want to play at least 3. All right, we got lineup 99 done, saving 100 and getting out of here. Woodland, perfect. Actually, this is perfect. Woodland shows up. Woodland was a question that was frequently asked earlier. Who was it? Who asked? Was it you, Phil? Someone was asking about Gary Woodland. It was someone I didn't really get. I didn't get to very quickly. Okay, so if it was strictly trying to build to the bucket system, I would have a max of 2 for recent Form 1. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, we wouldn't want more than 2 recent Form 1 golfers. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Not me. I'm out on old Gary. Okay. I can't remember who it was. Someone was asking about it, and I just didn't see it, and then asking about it again. All right, guys. We're calling our quits right there. Appreciate everyone. Thank you for participating in all the roll calls. Thank you for the new subscribers, the new members. Appreciate that. And I will be live Thursday night with a website building podcast. It'll probably be more so just going through reports, and actually you'll be able to go in there, and I think this will be the most interactive Thursday night stream that I'll have. Everything else was me trying to learn everything. I've learned a lot. So I can go ahead and apply that, and we can build, or we can customize that website together however you guys would like. So that being said, I'm getting out of here, man. I'm tired as hell. Thank you all for watching. Please leave a like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one.